Dave cooking up what it is. What it is. She a two-way freak. Remember that song? Two-way freak. Something when she knowing you asleep. Hey, yo. We back. On a late night. We got Meg Thee Stallion responded to Tory Lanez. We got Diddy trial still going on. Durk still trying to get out of jail. Yo, but we gotta address RG3 first. First order of business, RG3. She a two-way freak. That motherfucker Cassie was a two-way freak. She calling up your phone when she knowing you asleep. That was the shit, y'all. Y'all know what my shit was, though, for real? Back when I was young and thugging and drugging, fucking with the hoes. One of the hardest songs 367 put out, in my opinion, was the chat. Gangsta Boo. I'm not the type that get involved in long relationships. Take your trips and buy and guess I'm sorry, I'm not on that tip. Yo, that was like my anthem back in the day. Yeah. I'm not the type that get involved in long relationships. Taking trips and buying gifts, I'm sorry, I'm not on that tip. If you want romance, you can't just stick to you already with. If you in that mood, you can't just hit me on that late night tip. Man, that was a classic to me. That was like a motherfucking story of my life back in the day, you heard me? I done seen so much since I got in this game. I'm ready to pull up to the house though, y'all. Y'all know I normally go live when I first leave work, but I ain't want to do that today. Oh, short. Fuck is you in the middle of the street for, Slim? Look at your dumb ass head, nigga. Man, free Smirk. Free the voice. Nah, they ain't free Smirk. I can tell you one thing. Michael Finley getting his ass in front of them judges, though. The fans must really don't got nothing, y'all. Just like how Diddy situation. Nigga ain't gonna keep trying and accepting bails. And then they getting this bail in front of a different judge. But the federal government responded to Durk's motion. So we're gonna read that. We're gonna read Durk's new motion for bail. Hold up, y'all. Shit. That working long. Hit that like button, y'all. Y'all gotta get me motion light. I don't like the fact my motion light don't go off no more. Yeah, late night tip. Yeah, 820 you know. You know, that was our shit, man. 3-6 Mafia. And he was outside. He was outside thugging out the 3-6. Oh shit, I ain't got my thing. Hold on, y'all. I need a coach bag. I ain't got nothing to do with it. I need my hair done. Me too, bitch. Something. Whatever you say. I'm at dirty. I'm ready to take this dirty ass shirt off. Oh shit. See the fuck going on with Diddy. Oh shit. So, yo, you get older, yo. You can't even move without making a noise. You been out. Oh, damn. Yeah, that's how I be with you older, yo. You been out to tie your sheets like your motherfucking back ready to break. Shit. I gotta get my breath back. Yo, stay young as long as possible, man. If you're young, 25 and under, enjoy it. Best time of your life. For real. What's up? What it is, man? We ready to rock and roll, man. Yo, what's up with Whack 100, man? Whack 100 say, yo. Whack 100 said, if Hocus 4/5 think he got some heat on him now, wait till he get done with him. That man, he said he gonna put that boy on fire. Yo, I can't believe niggas still be sharing that nigga, yo. Like, yo, how can you share a nigga that say some shit like that? Like, as a person, like, as a human being. As a human being, right? After you hear Whack 100 about Hocus 4/5, how the fuck can you be like, yo, I'm gonna share this shit to YouTube? The fuck? That man told that man, yo, I'm gonna put the police on your motherfucking ass, nigga. Oh, all right, Ray, what it is? It's time for the police on you, nigga. You think they on you now? Wait till they get a load of me, nigga. I'm ready to go back and get all the audios of you saying any gang shit. Hey, Ray, how you been feeling, man? Good. Charlene. I ain't gonna heat on. What I want to do, I want to change this dirty ass shirt. Well, what the fuck happened with your name? That's off with old Meg the Stallion. Oh yeah, I gotta go get fucking bathroom. I'm offline. Computer keep disconnecting from the internet. If you new, man. If you new, welcome. Yeah, man. This is Wild King Nights. Keep it G News. Wild King Nights, man. We got that from Diddy. Man goes out for being not guilty. Did she? Was he not guilty? And see to whoever your is for being found not guilty, man. They probably was wrongfully convicting him. Yo, I gotta address RG3. Gotta address RG3. And this fuck boy. About the night. Hold on, man. Before we get to any of the topics. RG3 bitch ass. We gotta address this guy. RG3 doubles down on Angel Reese criticism while wife watches like it's tea. All right. Look at this guy, man. This guy, this is who you call a clown. I mean, see, you might can't notice he a clown because he don't got his. A lot of times you see him in the circus, but every now and then, y'all, they pop up on the internet. You know what I mean? Bareface, so it's hard to distinguish. It's almost like an undercover police officer. You know, a lot of times they undercover, you don't really know they police. You know, they blend in. They might act like the guys from the neighborhood. But in reality, once you see them at work, they got full police gear on. Well, this is a clown. You typically see him in a circus. But like I said, they got podcasters now. It's crazy. Like, who would ever thought in 2025 clowns would have podcasters? You know what I mean? And he don't got his makeup on right now, so it's kind of hard to figure out. He actually used to be in Universal Soul Circus. He was the clown, one of them. But let me y'all before we get to what the fuck is this clown ass said. Yeah, my bad, y'all. Oh, goodness. All right, so y'all been saying what's been going on between Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark, right? Now y'all know this shit go all the way back from college days. So I guess when Angel Reese was on the free throw line, oh shit, I didn't get my charger. Bitch, my bad, y'all. Fuck, I go back up there. Yeah, I think Rima is when Angel Reese was on the free throw line, they was what they call it, hurling racial slurs at her. She don't fuck with her. That's really the bottom line. Capacity between both them girls, man. For whatever reason. May have been built up by the media or whatever it was. But it was a basketball foul. That's all it was, a basketball foul. We're aware of the allegations of inappropriate fan conduct during yesterday's game, and we're working closely with the WNBA to complete their investigation. We stand firm in our commitment to providing a safe environment for our players. Extra, you see how she blocked the ball? Now watch this. That shoulder. That shoulder was extra, man. That shoulder was extra. She ain't had to throw that. The foul was already made. The ball was already gone. She was already going down. The extra shoulder. See, Caitlin Clark is one of them players. Clayton Clark is one of them players that's dirty on the low. You know what I mean? She get away with it because she got a squeaky clean image. But Andrew Reese spoke about it after the game. Basically said it was a basketball play. Let's move on. Do I got that? Yeah, she was sneaky. Yeah, she was sneaky with that shit. Who gonna have that? Hollywood Unlocked? Neighborhood Talk might got it. Just trying to show you the whole situation before I get on RG3 Hills for being a bitch. You know? Maybe they don't got it. Oh, here, go right here.
Basketball play, Rush Federation rule. Basketball play, Rush Federation rule. Basketball play, Rush Federation rule. On a 3.
So that's all she says. The basketball player refs got a right move on. Now RG3 takes it upon himself. I guess everybody's podcasters now. You know, that's the new thing. You know, these niggas they can't stand the average Joe making money. So these niggas with money try to merge into our lane. And man, it is what it is though. Niggas still goofballs. It's goofball with money. But check what RG3 had to say. The clown. Can y'all see? He still got some makeup on his face. I don't know if y'all can see it or not. He probably just left the circus. Look like it's a little bit of makeup right there. When he ain't wiped it off. So he's sitting up here, bad mouthing Angel Reese, while his wife is in the background. Like, yo, is this gotta be intentional? Yeah, man. This gotta be intentional, man. Let's look at the setup. Legs crossed, couple Folgers in her hand, and she got herself a nigga boy. a little nigga boy over this bitch Conan. Check him out.
So where was this type of reaction last year when Angel Reese got chokeslammed by Alyssa Thomas of the Connecticut Sun? Y'all remember that? She got fouled so hard, they kicked Aaliyah Thomas out the game with a flagrant 2 foul. What did Angel Reese do? Nothing. She didn't get up and try to swing on her. You know why?
Wow.
The reaction was different because of who did it. And there is a lot of history there with Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese. You guys remember last year when Angel Reese celebrated Kennedy Carter getting that flagrant foul on the hip check against Caitlin Clark? You remember that? On the sideline, just, yeah, baby, get her, you get her. Who celebrates like that?
Who talk like that?
Foul on another player.
Who celebrates like that? Bitch. You funny looking ass nigga. Y'all guys probably about sick of these niggas. Yo, why is everybody going so hard on Angel Reese, man? Like, man, these niggas crazy. Now, I know she bring a lot of that shit on herself because of her attitude, her cockiness, her arrogance. But, yo, keep it to basketball, bro. Yeah, man. These niggas like, why are you? I don't respect men that go on their platforms and take personal digs at women. Like, yo, it's women podcasters. It's women in sports. Yo, like, yo, niggas trying to, like, yo, if men is taking personal digs at women, what the fuck the women gonna do? Like, goddamn, leave something up for them, man.
If they don't dislike that player. Okay, you want some more evidence? Here's some more evidence. Remember last year when they were talking, so where was this type of reaction last year? When Angel Reese got chokeslammed by Alyssa Thomas of the Connecticut Sun. Y'all remember that? She got fouled so hard about who gets the credit for the expansion and the eyeballs and the popularity boost of women's basketball. Not just the WNBA, but women's basketball in general. Because of the spike in the women's NCAA tournament and in WNBA viewership.
Yo, Angel Reese played the role in that too, yo.
A lot of people were attributing that to...
This the thing, yo. This the thing people is not factoring in. Now, I know Angel Reese ain't the best basketball player in the world. She shoot layups. My man want to put me on with her. Yeah, I thought she was good based off the everything surrounding her name. But when you watch her play, she missed a lot of rebounds. I mean, she missed a lot of shots, get on rebound. You understand? But what made Angel Reese attraction wasn't really all. It was her tenacity. You understand what I'm saying? It was what she brought to the game. It was the intensity. You know? So people like to crown Caitlin Clark for what's going on with the WNBA. Yo, but she didn't do that shit by herself, man. She ain't even win a national championship. Like, oh, she did not do that shit by herself, yo. Women's basketball took off when LSU won the championship. When that LSU team won the championship. So, yo, yeah, Caitlin Clark is a better basketball player. Yo, but it's not just about basketball what got WNBA on the level that it is right now, man. Yo, you can't disregard what Angel Reese has done for the WNBA, whether you like her or not. You know what I mean? Niggas are not like her and then just discredit her. No, yo, you can't discredit that girl, man. You can't discredit that girl. That girl brought a lot to the WNBA. Brought a lot to women's basketball. But you got this fuckboy who a black man that, you know what type of black man he is. It takes it upon himself to disrespect the girl. And mind you, Angel Reese still a fucking kid. These grown ass men. Where RGT probably my age. Angel Reese about 22.
Caitlin Clark, and rightfully so. This is what Angel Reese had to say, and I quote, "People are talking about women's basketball. You never would think they'd be talking about women's basketball. People are pulling up to the games. We got celebrities coming to the games, sold out arenas just because of one single game. Just looking at that, I'll take that role. I'll take the bad guy role, and I'll continue to take that on to be that for my teammates. I know I'll go down in history. I'll look back in 20 years and be like, the reason we're watching women's basketball is not just because of one person. It's because of me, too. I want y'all to realize that." Now, I heard a lot of people...
Angel Reese is too, though, Robert. That's what I'm saying. Angel Reese is too. Like, why people just like to discredit that? Yo, Angel Reese is too. It's not just Caitlin Clark, man.
Say that I'm about who gets the credit for the I or others have made Angel Reese the villain. Did you not just hear herself call herself the bad guy? She called herself the villain. I'm not making her the villain. She's making herself the villain. I or others have made Angel Reese the villain. Did you not just hear herself call herself the bad guy? She called herself the villain. I'm not making her the villain. She's making herself the villain. I or others have made Angel Reese the villain.
Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark. It's staring us right in the face, but people are afraid to say it. Yo, even if she does, so the fuck what? Yo, like, this is the thing about it. Like, yo, even if she does, great. That is great for sports. Yo, I'm about sick and tired of these motherfuckers. I'm out here when I came up, yo, Jordan ain't hang with Joe Dumars and Isaiah Thomason. Like, yo, we need to get back to that shit. That's what made sports what it was back in the day. Niggas had real animosity, real hate. It was real competition. Niggas wasn't all friends. This video is of Angel Reese when they was on the same team. They was congratulating each other. Remember, they just played on the same team, what, the USA team. Whatever fucking team that was. Yo, but she is balling though, 2,800. Angel Reese averages double-doubles. Regardless of how it comes, she averaged double-doubles. It might not be the prettiest, but she averaged double-doubles, man. Get mad when people praise Caitlin Clark for the explosion of popularity around women. See, yo, that's what I'm saying. It's not just why are they trying to make her the face? Yo, it's girls in the it's other girls in the fucking WNBA that's better than both these motherfuckers. I know that. I said that. But she's still getting stats. She's still impacting the game. She get blocks and all that. Like, yo, I'm just not going to make it seem like she don't add no value to the team. I never denied Caitlin Clark, man, nice. Y'all think Caitlin Clark the best player in the WNBA? Is Caitlin Clark the best player in the WNBA? Do we gotta go to the stats? Who averaged the most in the WNBA last year? I don't think Caitlin Clark. Let's see. Let's go to the stats. Let's go to the stats. Niggas doing too much praising over this bitch. WNBA league leading scorers last year.
According to WNBA.com, the official leaders for the latest WNBA season features the ability to filter by season, season type, per mode, stat category, and more.
Shade all that. Asia Wilson, 30 points a game. This girl, 28. Kelsey Paul, 27. Alicia Gray, 25. Breonna Stewart, 25. Brittany Sykes, 24. Like, yo, Caitlin Clark, 11. She wasn't even top 10 last year, man. Like, yo, come on, yo, we ain't ready to be doing that, man. We gonna keep it real. They trying to make her something. Just like they do Luka Doncic and like, yo, pay attention to what's going on, man. Pay attention to what's going on, man. She's not the best player in the league. How they gonna praise her for bringing? Did she even win a national championship? Did Caitlin Clark win a national championship, or did they lose? Twice. Yo, I ain't saying she ain't nice. She nice as a bitch. I don't want people to mistake that. She nice as a motherfucker. I like watching her play. Yo, she like a Steph Curry out that bitch. Yo, but just because, why we gotta raise her to down somebody else? Cause that's what's going on. They raising Caitlin Clark to down Angel Reese, and yo, we ain't gotta do that. They don't need to play the same position. They shouldn't even be motherfucking they shouldn't even be compared against each other. They don't play the same position. They don't bring the same thing to the game. They don't play the same role. Nothing is the same. Only connection they got with each other is that Angel Reese kicked out the motherfucking playoffs in college. That's their connection. I'm just saying, y'all. I don't respect what RG3 did. I think that shit was goofy. I think he's a clown. And I think people is giving this girl too much praise when she ain't even the best player in the motherfucking league. She ain't even top 10 scoring. Ryan Clark, RG3. So Ryan Clark had some things to say too. Check out what Ryan Clark had to say. Yeah, but so if it's a black and white thing, why so many people siding with the white girl? If it's a black or white thing.
Any of these women, whether you are Team Clark or Team Reese, although you can certainly be both, right? The The aftermath, the fact
Wait,
that the
did Juju
WNBA
get in
has
the
to
league?
put
Oh
out a
my
statement
God! I mean,
because
she got
of
that
racist
injury.
comments and unsafe conditions toward Angel Reese. Like, I just want people to be mindful that whether you like it or not, anytime something happens with the two of them, one is automatically put as a victim and one is automatically put as someone who needs to be saved. When in reality, both are excellent competitors. They both said this was a basketball play. Now, Greeny, let's be honest. If this was the other way around, oh Lord, you can only imagine how the conversation would have gone.
Yeah.
What's going on there, guys? We back with another one. We got to talk about Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark on the day. It's Ryan Clark and RG3 is sharing some words back and forth. Des Bryant got involved. And first, I kind of want to look back at some of the fouls that both of these young ladies have taken during their time in the league. Now, when we look at the Alyssa Thomas play on Angel Reese,
they're just trying to maximize.
I don't know who page this is.
Yes, we know that.
I thought who page is this, man? Salute
It's
around the association.
because if they show.
A very malicious foul because she pulled her down from the back. And they've known each other for a while. But, you know, Angel, after the game, said, you know, thank her for welcoming me to the league. And, you know, that's just how the physical play is. Now we look at Caitlin Clark going to the rim. We see the wind up for Angel Reese. And I believe she was trying to swipe the ball out of bounds, but she made contact with her head, which, you know, that's a serious foul. Anything to the head, they deem as flagrant nowadays. And also, if you look at Kennedy, went up to Caitlin and bumped her, knocked her to the ground. You can see Angel Reese get up off the bench and start clapping.
She don't fuck with her.
She was happy. Or,
yo, I love that.
Thrilled that.
That's what sports used to be about, man. Like, yo, this is like they done turned sports soft, man. This is great for sports. I love it. Should have clapped. And if some shit happened to her, Caitlin Clark needs to get up and clap too. The fuck, man, make sports competitive again, man. Like they done turned this shit into motherfucking La Land, fucking Candyland out this bitch. I remember niggas used to fight and don't get put out the game. Yeah, man. In the 90s, you used to can fight and don't get put out the game, man. Get a technical. They didn't turn sports soft. And they didn't turn the viewers soft.
It happened to Caitlin Clark, you know, and so people talked about it all last year. My point ain't to stir up old things, but pretty much saying that this
nice as shit.
Foul that happened yesterday is not nowhere near the worst foul that either one of them had experienced in their career. And, you know, you see Caitlin, her take foul on Angel Reese. There's a little bit of extra little push at the end right there. It's a little bit extra, you know, but nothing malicious. A take foul isn't pretty. I mean, you just don't want the player to get the ball up above their shoulders, have a chance to finish. And I really think that was the point behind the foul. But Angel goes, you know, on the defensive, going towards not Alyssa Thomas, but Aaliyah Boston steps in, you know, and prevents that from going down. Caitlin's walking away.
Different, man.
And Angel, you know, has some words for her. And that sparked a lot of responses online. And RG3's response is getting a lot of attention. Now, we're going to get into what he said first, because after watching Caitlin Clark's flagrant foul on Angel.
Why does it matter if she, like, this nigga, these niggas weird, man. Weird ass niggas. Oh, shit, I done fucked it up.
RG3's response is getting a lot of attention. Now, we're going to get into what he said first, because after watching Caitlin Clark's flagrant foul on Angel Reese in the aftermath, there's no way Angel Reese can to lie that she doesn't dislike Caitlin Clark. I know what hatred looks like. Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark. Not some basketball rivalry hate either. Hate. And so that would spark major outrage on X and Des Bryant.
I don't think it's hate, it's just competitive. She know Caitlin Clark a beast. I mean, you gotta be blind and not know Caitlin Clark a beast. You know what I mean? It's just competitive. If they saying you the best, in order to be the best, you got to beat the best, man. Straight up. In order to be the best, you got to beat the best. Like I said, I seen videos when they was on the same team high-fiving. So I don't think you say she hate her. Like like hate, yo, that is a very strong word, yo. And when you hate somebody, that means you wouldn't mind if they died. You would probably hope they died. I don't think Caitlin Clark hopes. I don't think Angel Reese hopes Caitlin Clark dies, man.
Both girls are good in their own right. Caitlin Clark is better than Angel Reese, but saying she hates her is wild. They are playing basketball.
Yeah, that's a strong word, man.
It was nothing more or less. You are helping create a negative narrative around Angel Reese, and I don't respect it. Respectfully, you know this is tied into race, and the way you're playing it is wild. We got to do better.
Hell of a fight over basketball game.
He responded. He says, respectfully, Angel Reese says she is the villain.
If you have a ton of followers, it does not mean that you're making a lot of money. Social media is just the vehicle.
Refused to answer questions about Caitlin Clark and has celebrated flagrant fouls on Caitlin Clark. I'm not helping create anything. Angel Reese is fed into this with her actions. She needs
his wife
to do
told
better.
him that.
So
that nigga speaking for his wife.
I just kind of want to show you the tone it was taking towards Robert Griffin's statements before I play these clips. Now we're going to get into what RG3 said and also Ryan Clark's response to him. Let's check it out, guys.
So where was this type of reaction last year when Angel Reese got chokeslammed by Alyssa Thomas of the Connecticut Sun? Y'all remember that? She got fouled so hard, they kicked Aaliyah Thomas out the game with a flagrant 2 foul. What did Angel Reese do? Nothing. She didn't get up and try to swing on her. You know why? The reaction was different because of who did it.
Moved in to being able to read the expression page. And, so for me, I'm looking at beyond that.
Herself, the bad guy? She called herself the villain. I'm not making her the villain. She's making herself the villain.
Now, the good guy, bad guy, that whole thing, I don't lean into that. Yes, Angel probably said that before, but I look at them like anybody else, especially at their age, both of them.
I ain't gonna lie.
Like, you could say some things
and
really not be on that 6 months from now. They so young, they're going to say things that maybe they not going to, I ain't want to say stand on, but they're going to be growing as people, so they're not going to, maybe she don't feel like the villain no more, and she said that a year or two ago. I know people say you got to stand on it, but they young too. So I give a little grace there, just knowing things I said that wasn't on a massive scale like them that you can't go pull receipts for at that age. And, so for me, I'm looking at what's going on between them lines. But man, let's get into what Ryan Clark had to say. Let's speak.
We moved in to being able to read the expressions of a person and know their intent, know their character, know their perspective. But he does understand hate, because I think he also understands the hate of self. When you look at the play, which is all we can speak to as professionals, all we can speak to as analysts, Angel Reese pushed one of her teammates. Caitlin Clark had a hard foul, which is part of basketball. I feel like it was assessed correctly. And Angel Reese's reaction is the sort of reaction you get in a situation when you feel like you took an intentionally hard foul. Right. That's competitiveness. That's rivalry. That's not hate. And so now, though, when RG3 jumps on to the hate train or to the angry train, and now follows along with what we saw from Keith Olbermann, what we saw from Dave Portnoy, as they poured on to Angel Reese to make her the villain in Caitlin Clark's heroic or hero story. Right. The one thing we know about RG3 is he's not having conversations at his home about what Black women have to endure in this country, about what young Black women and athletes like Angel Reese have had to deal with being on the opposite side of Caitlin Clark's rise and ascension into stardom. Now, when you look at it, I think A'ja Wilson is the face of the league. A'ja Wilson is the best player in the league. Caitlin Clark is the most important player in the WNBA. And a ton of her fandom has come along with some racial bias or some racial pieces to why people love her so much.
I see you making a few good points. I'm going to let you continue, but Caitlin is the most important player, and she is the face of the league. A'ja Wilson is the best player in the league, and also you have players like Nafisa Collier right there. But Caitlyn is the face of the league. You know what I'm saying? I don't think you can slide that in there with her.
They're trying to make her the face though. Like yo, that's the same thing like how they did with a lot of players. They do that in sports. Try to make somebody the face of the league. You know what I mean? Like they try to make Josh Allen better than Lamar Jackson. Like they do a lot of trying to make when the person is white. It's a lot of trying to make I don't know if y'all paid attention, if y'all noticed that or not, but they do that often.
Because she's the best, It is what it is for the WNBA right now.
And so now, if you're RG3, when is the last time within your household you've had a conversation about what she's dealing with? You haven't been able to do that because in both of your marriages, you've been married to white women. You haven't had opportunities to have those conversations to educate you on what they're feeling, what Black women deal with, what they're seeing when they think of a young Angel Reese. And the whole time that he's mimicking Angel Reese and bobbing his head and moving his neck while he's doing this whole piece, his wife is in the back.
Right. All the extra shit. What was up with the theatrics? I mean, he was real theatrical with his take, man. That's saying personal. His whole take on Angel Reese was personal, man. And what is your... That's what niggas need to ask you. What is your personal beef with Angel Reese? RG3. What the fuck she do to you?
Amening and clapping. And so to me, it's just another situation that now this young lady has to deal with. When I worked with RG3, he would make all of these sort of corny jokes about milk and how much he loved it and how important it was. And he always points out on social media the color of his wife's skin, as if the color of her skin is what makes her special, as if the color of her skin is what makes her a good wife. I've met the lady, I've had a conversation with her. Right. I think she's more than that. But it also leads to what Black women deal with a lot from Black men who have chose to date or marry outside of their race. They always feel like they have to go the extra mile to prop up the woman that they're married or the woman that they're with over Black women by denigrating Black women. I feel like we should have an opportunity to move past that and understand that Angel Reese can be great in her own right, as Caitlyn.
Ryan Clark, the realest motherfucker speaking sports right now. And he has been for a while. Like, he needs to start getting the motherfucking his flowers. Like, ain't nobody fuck with Ryan Clark, man, when it come down to breaking down sports, man. Not Stephen A, not Shannon Sharp, not none of them niggas.
Clark is as well. Caitlyn Clark is a likable and lovable superstar. She pays homage to the stars of the past. She pays homage to the Black women that have come before her. And now she is carrying the mantle forward. So there's no need to pin those two against each other. And this nigga was a fucking
scaler. I couldn't stand his ass when he played football. Yeah, man. Couldn't stand him. You heard me? But I fuck with him as a person, how he carry himself online.
Stereotypical tropes. And I think this is what I like RG3 to know. That no matter how much he continues to echo the microaggressions of racists, he'll be no less Black than me.
Damn, yo shitting on y'all. Damn. He just shitting on RG3. I could have done that better myself. Shit. He shitting on him more than I did. God damn. I thought I'd be laying on niggas. Yo did that shit respectfully.
Ryan Clark, he was hitting on some points. You could see RG3 wife in the background applauding that, and that optic don't look good, especially since, he's...
Sleep to yo. I just want to see what Ryan Clark had to say. Yeah, I don't like this shit, man. I haven't been liking what people been trying to do to Angel Reese for years. Yeah, she got to get in that gym. And she got to motherfucking get her jump shot right and stop missing the motherfucking layups. But, part of what brings eyes to Angel Reese is this. You know what I mean? It's the whole thing. Yeah, that's how you respectfully lean on a motherfucker. I don't know how to do that. Even when I do try to be respectfully, motherfucker take it the wrong way.
He started, and even with the Liberty being the it
was a little bit too dramatic. I believe Caitlyn handled it like a pro in her press conference. But it's good to see the aggression, the passion from Angel. But yeah, man, welcome to the WNBA is back.
I mean, I love the fact that the WNBA has this exciting rivalry, and we've talked about Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese for so long. I hate the fact that they're always pinned against one another.
That's what I just said.
RG3 called
only connection they got
Angel
is
Reese
she
did hate. He said you could see the hate on her face for Caitlin Clark. I'm not really sure when we moved in to being able to read the expressions of a person and know their intent, know their character, know their perspective. But he does understand hate, because I think he also understands the hate of self.
Empathy,
when you look at the play, which is all we can speak to as professionals, all we can speak to as analysts, Angel Reese pushed one of her teammates. Caitlin Clark had a hard foul, which is part of basketball. I feel like it was assessed correctly. And Angel Reese's reaction is the sort of reaction you get in a situation when you feel like you took an intentionally hard foul. That's competitiveness. That's rivalry. That's not hate. And so now, when is the last time within your household, with what they're seeing when they think of a young Angel Reese, and the whole time that he's mimicking Angel Reese, and Bob is what makes her special, as if the color of her skin is what makes her a good wife. I've met the lady. I've had a conversation with her. Right. I think she's more than that. But it also leads to what superstar. She pays homage to the stars of the past, understand that Angel Reese can be great in her own right, as Caitlin Clark, the woman that they're married or the woman that they're with, over black women by denigrating black from black men who have chose to date. Always points out on social media the color of his wife's skin, as if the color of her skin is what makes her special, as if the color of her skin is what makes her a good wife. I've met the lady. I've had a conversation with her. Right. I think she's more than that. But it also leads to what black women deal with a lot from black men who have chose to date or marry outside of their race. They always feel like they have to go the extra mile to prop up the woman that they're married or the woman that they're with over black women by denigrating black women. I feel like we should have an opportunity to move past that and understand that Angel Reese can be great in her own right, as Caitlin Clark is as well. Caitlin Clark is a likable and lovable superstar. She pays homage to the stars of the past. She pays homage to the black women that have come before her. And now she is carrying the mantle forward. So there's no need to pin those two against each other and paint them based on stereotypical tropes. And I think this is what I like RG3 to know. That he's a bitch. No matter how much
I'd call him a bitch. See, that's why he better than me. This is what I want RG3 to know. You are a fucking clown, and you deserve to have the shit slapped out you the first minute you step outside your door to get the mail in the morning. But he said it. He said it much better than me.
Used to echo the microaggressions of racists, he'll be no less black than me.
So elevated, I'm just doing.
Man, shoot the Ryan Clark, man. Fucking RG3. Ryan Clark crossed the line. Okay, let's see what he says. Where your wife at, bro? Why she ain't behind you this time? Hold up. Would he remove the wife from the background? Yeah, bring her back, yo. Yeah, man. Bring back the Snow Bunny, man. Put it back right here.
A lot of buzz, a lot of conversations about my sports take that Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark, which was purely based in basketball.
No,
but I think all of you know there's a line in life that you just simply don't cross. Wives and children are always off limits, and Ryan Clark has sprinted past that line. Ryan Clark didn't like my sports take that Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark, and that's fine. It's okay. It's part of the game.
Nah, yo.
Sports media, I'm gonna
Nah, bro. See, that's that bullshit. That's the same shit that Vlad and them do when they bring them young boys up here and fucking interrogate them. Well, I'm just asking the questions. No, bro, you pushing the narrative, my nigga. You pushing the narrative, bro. If that's part of the game, that's part of the game that needs to end. That's the same shit Shannon Sharp bitch ass did to Kyrie Irving and all the rest of them niggas who did that shit. That part of sports analysis need to end. Leave that to me. You know what I mean? I leans on niggas and question people's integrity and shit like that. You niggas, stick that shit to sports, man.
Opinion, this person might not agree with it, that person might not agree with it. But what you don't do is turn around and personally attack me and my family just because you don't agree with a sports opinion that is purely based on sport. I didn't make it personal. But what that really shows is just how low of a person Ryan Clark is. So if you don't know, I gave a sports opinion stating that Angel Reese hates Caitlin Clark. And I based it purely off of her actions on the court and in press.
Yo, that was not a sports opinion, bro. You mocked it and everything, bro. With it. Yo, nah, bro. That was over the line of sports, my nigga. That was intentional, bro. Like all these motherfuckers, see, that's the shit that be pissing me off with niggas. Niggas like to throw rocks and hide their hand. You know what I mean? Like Whack 100 and all them niggas. Charles White, them niggas. They want to say everything they say about certain people. Then when they run across them people, then they want to run to the police. They don't want to stand on it. No, stand on what you said, RG3. You knew what you was doing when you did it. You knew that was personal. You knew you was pushing the narrative. Now you getting pushed back. Now you want to back off your position. Now it was just a sports take. No, hell no, nigga. We ain't letting you slide with that. That shit was intentional, nigga. Stand on it. You meant it, right? You said it, right? You a man, right? Ain't that what men do? A man shouldn't say something he don't mean. Stand on it. Don't back off of it now.
Conferences. It wasn't just because of the hard flagrant foul in their opening game. I gave 5 examples that showcased Angel Reese's dislike for Caitlin Clark. Because that's what I do. My job is to analyze sports.
At TJ Maxx, you can afford to turn your closet into a place of endless expression.
There's always going to be that animosity or that extra competitiveness you're going to share with that person. It's part of sports. They played in college together. Now they're in the WNBA together. So it's going to be like that on both ends.
I always make sure that I stay inside of the arena. I think this has to be said because a lot of what Ryan Clark said was so racially based, it was uncomfortable. Just because Angel Reese is a black woman doesn't mean that a black man or a black woman who happens to be an analyst can't give their opinion on her game. Just because Angel Reese is a black woman doesn't mean that a black man or a black woman cannot critique her game. To be quite frank, a black man or a black woman can critique anybody's game just the same as a white man or a white woman can critique anybody's game. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion, regardless of the color of skin that somebody is. And if you don't like that opinion, that's fine. But it shouldn't resort to personal attacks. I just believe we got to be better in this space, man. Debate the game. That's fine. Debate the game. But don't play with people's families. Don't bring my wife and my kids and my family and my...
Yo, he didn't disrespect your wife, yo. He actually said she's a great human being. He talked about the shit that you do in relation to trying to please your wife or feeding the fit into that community. That whole take was about you, my nigga. He just used your wife as an example, or what you call that shit. He just used her to explain your actions. He ain't disrespect that woman.
My home into something because you're trying to prove a point. Because if you need to cross that line and attack the person, then you've already lost.
Yeah, but that's what he did.
You've already lost whatever it is that you think that you're trying to win. Ryan Clark said, I don't understand the struggles of black women because my wife is white. That is so wrong, way out of bounds. He suggested that I don't value.
Why you edit this so much?
My own wife.
Look,
the one that I'm building a family with.
He can't even give his real feelings. Why you edit it so much? You should have did this live, my nigga. You edited this bitch like 5 times in 3 minutes.
The one that I protect. The one that I love and cherish. But that I only value her because her skin is white. That is so wrong and way out of bounds. Ryan Clark implied that he, a man that has never sat down at our dinner table, he implied that he knows my wife and values my wife and knows my marriage better than I know my own marriage.
He didn't say that.
That is so wrong.
Why the fuck did he say that?
Way out of bounds. He claimed that I'm not having conversations in my own home about the struggles that black women have faced in this country because my wife is white.
How the fuck can you have that conversation?
That's so wrong and way out of bounds, man. Not to mention that we also raise black daughters.
Oh my God.
I have a
Get
black
this nigga outta
mom,
here.
2 black sisters, black aunties, black cousins, a black
You
niece.
probably don't fuck with none of them niggas.
That makes zero sense.
He probably can't get $1 from his motherfucking name. He probably somewhere living in poverty. He fuck around with RG3. He probably somewhere living check to check. Can't get $1 out of his motherfucking ass because his wife over there bitch dictating him. Her family probably paid living in the mansion. They probably live with him. Mother, father, brother all live with RG3. Like this nigga crazy.
He claimed that
No,
I
he
want
edited
to
it again.
appeal to a certain audience. So because he doesn't agree with what I said, and maybe somebody over there said something similar that he doesn't agree with or that he doesn't align with politically or personally, because I said what I said, they didn't tie it to what they said. Now, I want to appease to a certain audience.
You do.
That's so wrong and way out of bounds.
You like, what's it called?
The only audience I'm focused on is the audience of one. I'm trying to please God. I'm trying to wake up every single day and try to get better for my family.
Yo, leave God out of this, y'all. Yo, can people leave God out of certain conversations? Yo, God ain't got nothing to do with this, bro. This is about your Conan. This is about your personal attacks on Angel Reese for being competitive. Being competitive. NBA players do it all the time when they take a hard foul. They do it all the time. Now he tried nitpick and say, well, he ain't do it for this girl, but why he do it for Clayton Clark? Yo, maybe she got a little bit more competitive juices. Maybe Caitlin Clark get her competitive juices flowing. I mean, maybe it's just that. Maybe it's because she got history with this girl. But yo, to say she hate her, I don't even use that word, yo. Yo, to say you hate somebody, yo, that is a strong word, man. I don't think people understand how much weight that word holds. He must don't understand. You said she hate the girl, man. Not dislike. Not jealous. Said hate. Somebody need to give him the definition of hate.
I'm not trying to please man. But why is that even in question just because he disagrees with my sports take? I gotta make it be known, like, my support is not based upon the color of somebody's skin.
I bet it ain't, bitch.
It's based on the content of their character.
Oh, Lord.
I think one of the greatest Americans to ever live, Martin Luther King Jr., said that. Hell, he's the reason I'm even able to marry.
Stop editing it, bro. Just speak.
Because back then, it was frowned upon. It was illegal for a black man and a white woman to get married.
You probably would have been mad as a bitch.
So why would
back
Martin
in the
Luther
day.
King Jr. fight for everything that he fought for and do everything that he did in the civil rights movement and push us forward for...
Yo, before Martin Luther King died, he changed his tape. Martin Luther King ain't died with those with that same mentality. Fuck, you better go back and look at the history, nigga. That's why they killed Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King switched on them niggas once he realized the play.
Another black man to try to tear you down and tear down your sports take and make it personal and talk about your wife and your family. That's wrong. My sports opinions are based not on the color of someone's skin, but they're based upon what I see and using my experience and expertise as an athlete to come to a conclusion so I can talk to you guys about what I see.
Straight
how
up,
I saw it, give you the examples from my own career, from what I've seen, what I've been taught by some of the greatest coaches to ever walk this earth.
Let's talk salary.
Great. What do you typically offer for this role?
These
It's
niggas wild.
competitive.
And if
Wild ass nigga. Can't stand on nothing.
Personal about my family and my wife and my kids. Let me be clear, guys. It is wildly inappropriate. Wildly
Don't nobody want to take
inappropriate,
accountability,
wrong,
huh?
and extremely low.
That's really all he should have said, yo. You know what? Maybe that take was a bit excessive. You know, hate was, you know, that was a strong word to use, right? I ain't really fully know the definition. After I said it, I went and looked up the definition of hate, and I'm like, nah, I don't think she hate her. Now he trying to make it about basketball. That whole take wasn't about no motherfucking basketball, nigga. Them tweets wasn't about basketball, nigga. Them tweets is personal. You say she hate that girl. Angel Reese already got a lot of shit going on right around her name. You don't got to add to it, nigga.
For someone to
With
try
the white
to
woman behind
weaponize and attack someone's wife and kids just because they don't agree
What do you say
with
about
their
his
sports
kids?
take. It's dangerous.
They'll keep editing it.
To attack someone's wife, their marriage, and their family just because you want to pander and make it seem like you are supporting black women. You don't have to tear down a black man to support black women.
No black man.
You don't have to tear down anybody to support someone. I didn't make it personal with Angel Reese. I didn't drag her family. I didn't question her soul. My opinion was based off of basketball. And I don't think it's a problem that she hates Caitlin Clark. I think it's great for the WNBA.
Oh,
it
my
creates
God.
a rivalry.
Why you didn't say that
Guess
the first time, bro?
I said all those things.
No, you didn't.
But Ryan, you crossed the line, man. You made it personal and some. I really believe there should be no space
So punch him in the mouth.
in sports media for personal attacks. I've said it before. But certainly personal
Punch him in the
attacks
mouth when you
against
sing.
wife and children have always been off limits. Ryan, you attacked me and my family in a public forum on a level that shows just how low of a human being you are. You can disagree with me.
Right, for real. That's what I'm saying. Playboy.
Challenge my takes. But keep my family and my wife out of it. That's a boundary that should always be respected, man.
He can't even, yo, this nigga edited this video 34 times. Yo can't even express himself without editing shit out. He probably said some wild ass things in this whole tape. Like, nah, I can't say that. They gonna, that shit gonna blow my cover. They gonna know I'm really a white boy in disguise. Let me take that out. All these motherfucking edits, nigga.
Ryan Clark personally attacking me and my family because he disagreed with my sports opinion is a bad look for ESPN.
They ain't trying to fire you.
It's cowardly. It's spineless.
You trying to fire
It's
now.
weak. Ryan Clark personally attacking
He edited it again.
me and my family. Personally because he disagreed with my sports opinion is a bad look for him as a man. I hope you get the help you need, brother.
Nigga out of here, man. Fuck boy. That's why I'm glad your bitch ass ain't get no burn on the Ravens. I was mad when they picked him up. Like, oh Lord, pick up this clown. He ain't ready to bring nothing to the team. Hey yo, hold up. Now Durk, y'all. Get away from RG3, y'all. The federal government respond to Durk motion. Where the fuck is it at? Yeah, what emotion? Where it go at? Oh God. Now, why I can't see it on here, man? Hey Alvin, send that shit to me again, bro. You still watching? For some reason. Oh, here you go. It says it's an attachment, but I don't see the attachment. Oh, here you go. I got it. Alright, so let's see what's going on with Durk. What the fuck just happened? Can I see it? Plaintiff of the United States of America, by and through its counsel of record, United States Attorney for Central District of California and Central United States Attorney Ivan Yanelio, Gregory W. Staples, W. H. Weiner, hereby files its opposition to defendant motion to dismiss the first superseding indictment. Oh, he trying. I thought you said this was the bail. He trying to dismiss the first superseding indictment. I thought this was for the bail. What's up, Jay? Hey, Jay, you still a witch? Or you got yourself together? This filing is based upon the attached memorandum of points and authorities, the files and records in this case, and such further evidence and the arguments as the court may permit, dated May 19th, 2025. I told y'all, yo, that first superseding indictment was in jeopardy. That's why they superseded him. That first indictment was in jeopardy, y'all, because they used them lyrics. Romeo. AJ, what you read it for us? All right. So this dismissal is going in front of another judge? Defendant is charged with murder for hire, stalking resulting in death, and other crimes arising from a premeditated execution-style murder that occurred on a busy street corner in Los Angeles. Among other things, the indictment charges that defendant directed and financed 6 hitmen to travel across the country to hunt and kill his rival, TB. Once the co-conspirators arrived in Los Angeles, the hitmen used 2 vehicles to stalk TB for hours before ambushing TB's vehicle at a gas station in broad daylight. killing SR. On April 18th, 2025, defendant filed a motion seeking to dismiss the first superseding indictment, taking issue with an introductory allegation that alleged defendant commercialized SR murder through certain violent rap lyrics about greenlighting the murder. As set forth below, defendant claims that his music prompted his indictment. Here is categorically false, as evidenced by the return of the indictment, superseding indictment, which removed the disputed introductory allegation and contains no reference to defendant's violent lyrics. The grand jury return of the superseding indictment makes it clear. Defendant is not on trial for his lyrics or his music. He is on trial because he directed, orchestrated, and financed the brazen murder plot at issue in this case. Accordingly, defendant motion should be denied because it is moot following the superseding indictment. But even if mootness does not apply, it does. The motion fails to cite any legitimate basis to dismiss the indictment or unseal grand jury transcripts. So this what this about. Remember what I told y'all? Where the fuck Abby go at? Remember what I told y'all, right? That if they get them transcripts, them grand jury transcripts, and depending on how they use them lyrics, that's when they can move toward dismissal. So what the government is really trying to do, they trying to hide them transcripts. They don't want the defense to see them transcripts at all. Oh yeah, academic's name in it? Hey, FM, Diddy ain't breaking nobody down. Why y'all still talking that? It's still people saying Diddy bringing people down? Y'all crazy motherfucker. That shit would have been happened already. Diddy trying to prove his innocence. That man ain't bringing nobody down, man. He ain't going out like his pops. He might though. That shit is hereditary. The motion fails to cite any legitimate basis to dismiss the indictment or unseal grand jury transcripts, particularly in this murder case where witnesses and their family members have already been threatened. Indeed, the compelling need to continue protecting witnesses alone justifies denying defendants' meritless request to unseal the sensitive proceedings before the grand jury. Hey this is about Al. This is more about, they don't want them grand jury transcripts to get out. They don't want it out. This more about them grand jury transcripts than anything. Hey Jill, stop practicing witchcraft, man. You're gonna find yourself in a dark hole, man. Defendant is a leader of Chicago-based organization called Only the Family, or OTF. At introductory allegations, the superseding indictment alleges that in addition to producing hip-hop music, OTF is comprised of individuals engaged in violence, including murder and assault, at defendant's direction. In furtherance of his control of OTF and to exact revenge on his rivals, defendant is alleged to have placed bounties on individuals that he and other OTF members wanted to kill, including TB. In addition to directing violence against his rivals, defendant and OTF members also alleged to have engaged in witness intimidation under seal. In connection with the defendant's detention hearing, the government submitted evidence related to certain threats to witnesses in this case in support of defendant's detention. On May 14, 2025, the defendant filed an appeal of Judge Donahue's detention order to this court, which will be heard on the same date as defendant's motion to dismiss. The government will submit its opposition to defendant's appeal by May 27, 2025, which will incorporate Exhibit 2 from docket 105. Unless otherwise noted, the factual allegations are based on the superseding indictment as discussed below. The superseding indictment is materially similar to the FSS, except 1. The superseding indictment contains an additional charge against all defendants, namely stalking resulting in death in violation of the U.S. Code. The government removed the dispute introductory allegation that referenced defendants' rap lyrics. Examples, evidence collected in this case showed defendant allegedly placed bounties to solicitate the murder of a family member of a witness, and that another OTF member called the family member of a witness in an alleged effort to intimidate the witness. Yo, but Durk don't have to do that. You understand what I'm saying? Yo, see, this is the shit that the government do. Yo, do y'all think Durk gotta contact anybody? Do you have to contact anybody to threaten the witness? I don't think you do. I think they do that shit on their own. You know what time it is? The fuck you made? Durk ain't gotta co-sign that. Y'all trying to take the bag away. You lucky, you lucky fame. Ain't no telling what the fuck might go on. That's gonna happen with Durk on the streets or with Durk in prison. If we keeping it real. Alright, as alleged in the superseding indictment in November 2020, DB, a high-ranking OTF member. Devon Bennett. And close friend of defendant was murdered following a physical altercation with TB at a nightclub in Atlanta. After the murder, defendant made clear in coded language that he would pay a bounty to anyone who took part in killing TB. Yo, they gotta explain coded language, man. If they keep calling it coded language, I'm saying they lying. I don't know what the fuck is coded language. And how the fuck do you decode it? If the language was coded, how the fuck y'all decode it? I don't know what coded language means. I think they're making that up. Fucking did it pig Latin? Did he say it in Swahili? Did he say it in Arabic? Like, what language did Durk place these bounties on these people? If he didn't do it in English, what he did in Morse code? Like, yo, we need more clarification, feds. On August 18, 2022, defendant and co-conspirators learned that TB was in Los Angeles. In response, defendant allegedly orchestrated and financed his co-conspirators' travel to Los Angeles to kill TB. Indeed, around that time, Chicago-based co-conspirator booked flights for 5 of the hitmen to travel from Chicago to California for the murder. Defendant attempted to conceal his involvement by telling the co-conspirators, "Don't book no flights under no names involved with me." As those 5 co-conspirators traveled to Los Angeles, defendant and another co-conspirator traveled on a private jet to the Los Angeles area. After arriving in Los Angeles, defendants, co-conspirators used 2 cars to track, stalk, and kill TB as TB drove around Los Angeles with his entourage, including SR. After the hours of stalking TB and his companions, 3 of defendants' co-conspirators cornered TB at a crowded gas station on the afternoon of August 19th. There, the co-conspirators ambushed TB's vehicle and fired multiple rounds toward TB's car, striking and killing SR. Later that afternoon, 5 of the defendants' co-conspirators flew back to Chicago. On October 17, 2024, the grand jury returned an indictment charging 5 of the defendants' co-conspirators with crimes arising from the murder, including murder for hire and conspiracy to commit murder for hire resulting in death. Although the defendant was not yet named or charged in the original indictment, he was referenced throughout the indictment as co-conspirator 1. Specifically, the original indictment alleges that defendant was a member or associate of OTF. Defendant placed a bounty on TB following DB's murder. Count 1 over Act 1. Defendant would place bounties on individuals that he and other OTF members wanted to kill. At Count 1. In the early hours of October 24, 2024, federal and local law enforcement executed multiple search warrants at locations associated with members of OTF in the Chicago area and arrested the 5 charged co-conspirators. Soon after law enforcement executed the warrants, the FBI learned that the defendant had booked on 3 flights internationally. including at least one to a non-extradition country. Defendant skipped the first 2 flights and was arrested when he showed up to board a private jet scheduled to leave the United States a short time later. Yo, why they not saying where that flight going at? Why they not mentioning? Because they saying he tried to run to avoid extradition. But why are they not mentioning where was this private jet going? Was this private jet going to a country that don't have extradition with the United States? If not, then that's irrelevant. But they're not mentioning that on purpose. On November 7, 2024, the grand jury returned the first superseding indictment. The first indictment. Defendant and his co-conspirators. The first indictment. The FSI identified defendant as co-conspirator 1 and alleged that he was formed and was the leader of OTF, a group of individuals engaged in violence, including murder and assault, at the direction of defendant banks and to maintain their status in OTF. In addition to the allegations set forth in the original indictment, the FSS also specified that the defendant orchestrated the murder plot. Among other things, the grand jury alleged that at defendant's direction, co-conspirators traveled from Chicago to Los Angeles to murder TB. At defendant's direction, his co-conspirators used 2 cars to track, stalk, and attempt to kill TB. And at defendant's direction, defendant Grant obtained the cars, ski masks, and firearms that the killers used to stalk and attempt to kill TB. The FSS also included an introductory allegation that defendant commercializes violence through rap lyrics about green-light murders. The government obtained the second superseding indictment after the defendant attempted to promote a false narrative that he was indicted and detained because of his music. So they wanted to be petty. On April 18th, the defendant filed his motion to dismiss the FSI, claiming that the rap lyrics at issue were authored before SR murder, and thus he alleges he could not have been rapping about greenlighting this murder. Shortly after filing the motion, the defendant and others attempted to promote a false narrative that the defendant had been indicted because of his music, not because they allegedly spearheaded the violent murder plot at issue here. As a result, the government removed the disputed introductory allegation and obtained the superseding indictment on May 1st, 2025. However, just like every iteration of the indictment before it, the superseding indictment alleges that defendant caused, directed, and orchestrated the execution-style murder of SR on a busy street corner in Los Angeles. For example, defendant public Instagram page. The government presented false evidence to a grand jury to indict him. That isn't justice. We refuse to stay silent as black artists continue to be criminalized for their creativity. They watching everything. Defendant motion to dismiss the FSI should be denied because it was mooted by the grand jury's return of the superseding indictment. And in any event, the motion is meritless. The Ninth Circuit Court has repeatedly held that dismissal of an indictment is a drastic and harsh measure that must meet an extremely high standard and is therefore disfavored. Damn. That's crazy. It's drastic and harsh. Seeking a dismissal of an indictment is drastic and harsh. What about these motherfucking charges y'all putting on niggas? These charges not drastic and harsh? Jesus Christ. Like, these motherfuckers got away with words. Shit. To warrant such dismissal, the alleged government misconduct must be patently egregious, flagrant, grossly shocking, and or so outrageous to violate the universal sense of justice. Yo, that is an extremely high standard. Yo, they make this federal shit crazy. Yo, listen to the standard. To warrant such a dismissal, the alleged government misconduct must be patently egregious, flagrant, grossly shocking, and or so outrageous to violate the universal sense of justice. In seeking dismissal, the defendant must also show that the misconduct was prejudicial or otherwise pollute the defendant prosecution, or otherwise delete the defendant's prosecution. For the reasons set below, defendant's motions fall short of establishing any grounds or grand jury misconduct, much less purported misconduct, to justify the extreme remedy defendant seeks. Here, the defendant's sole claims that the FSI should be dismissed because the government allegedly presented false testimony to the grand jury about defendant's violent lyrics. Yo, they don't think that's gross and negligent? Yo, y'all presented false testimony. Like, does it get any worse than that? Yo, the government presenting false testimony to the grand jury. Can it get any worse than that? I mean, I guess it can. You just flat out lie. But that's probably what they did. Nonetheless, the grand jury returned the superseding indictment, which removed all reference to defendant lyrics, moots defendant's claim for dismissal. A claim is moot when the issue presented are no longer live. So I told y'all that's why they did it. A claim is moot when the issue presented is no longer live, or the parties lack a legally cognizable interest in the outcome. Because the superseding removed the reference to defendant's lyrics, defendant's motion to dismiss the FSI is no longer a live issue and should be denied. Denying as moot defendant's motion to dismiss FSI for abuse of grand jury process upon return of SSI. So, they don't want them transcripts to come out. They do not want them transcripts to come out. I'm telling you, they did some dirty things in that courtroom, man. They did some dirty things in that grand jury testimony. They don't want the world to see that. And the judge gonna agree. That's what these judges do. Like the original indictment, the SSI makes clear that the grand jury indictment indicted defendant for his conduct, not for his status as a rapper or because of his violent lyrics at issue concerning Greenlight and Rivals. As with all prior iteration of the indictment, the SSI contains significant material allegations that the defendant directed his co-conspirators to travel across the country to stalk and kill one of his rivals. Specifically, it alleges that the defendant led OTF, a group of individuals who engaged in violence, at the defendant's direction. The SSI introductory allegations: after OTF member DB was murdered, defendant sought revenge. He made clear to co-conspirators that he would pay a bounty for killing of TB, who was suspected to be involved in DB's killing. And when the defendant and his co-conspirators learned that TB was in Los Angeles, the defendant set into motion his plan to execute TB, including by causing and financing his co-defendants to travel to Los Angeles to track, stalk, and kill TB, including one co-conspirator who traveled with the defendant on a private jet to Los Angeles area. These allegations make clear that the defendant used his power, his wealth, his control over OTF to exact deadly revenge on his rivals. Accordingly, the grand jury return of the SSI containing all of these material allegations and none of the defendant's lyrics moot his motion to dismiss the FSI. Defendant fails to show any misconduct or prejudice. But even if the motion was not moot, it is. Defendant's accusation of government misconduct resulting in prejudice is baseless. First, the FSI allegation that defendant commercialized SR death was neither false nor reckless. Defendant has repeatedly used his pulpit to promote violence, publicly rapping about paying for murders, hunting opponents with machine guns, bounty hunters in Beverly Hills, and other lyrics that have a strikingly similarity to the modest operandi used to kill SR. Whether or not defendant's lyrics about Greenlight and his rivals was written before. For example, defendant was featured on another artist song in which he raps, "I don't want no niggas who you catch. I want the one I paid for, trolling ass. We shot your homie. Gucci Man rumors. Popping traffic, we in Cali, riding through Beverly Hills with choppers. Dynasty the ops, bounty hunters, we ready to crack that little bitch down to get, what? To get her off. Although Schoolman's ass does not appear to have been officially released by the defendant, the lyrics are authentic as the government seized the audio file from a co-conspirator's cell phone pursuant to the federal search warrant, which has been produced to the defense. Release of the song after the murder. Defendant fan filed to associate him with the murder. A claim that defendant himself seemed to admit during an interview on a popular podcast. As to prejudice, defendants claims that the lyrics were one of only 2 pieces of evidence that the first superseding indictment cited against him. Completely disregards and belittles the grand jury's finding in all 3 indictments that the defendant was the organizer and the leader of the calculated murder plot. The FSI's single reference to defendant's lyrics and the introductory allegation caused no prejudice, considering I, the numerous material allegations that the defendant directed his revenge killing, and I, the grand jury confirmation when it returned the superseding indictment that the defendant was charged for his murderous conduct, not his lyrics. The court should deny the motion to dismiss. In May 2023, the defendant appeared on a well-known podcast where he technically admitted his involvement in the killing of SR, specifically after being asked about his rival with TB in response to the interview question of whether the defendant was triggered by the Slide for Vaughn comments, a reference sliding or exacting revenge for OTF members, DB's death. The defendant coldly responded, "For some reason, I just don't see them comments no more. For some odd reason. Might be in the water. We here, though. See Lord Durk realest interview ever." Yo, I told y'all. Academics is in on the play. Fucking bitch. Bitch ass nigga. Told y'all Academics was in on the play, man. I knew that shit was going to end up in court. I knew it was. Shit was intentional. Yo, because at that time, y'all. At the time when Durk did that interview with DJ Academics, wasn't nobody talking about no Slide for Vaughn. Like, that question was irrelevant as a bitch. That shit was like that shit was like a year later. King Von been dead for 4 years. There was no need for Durk to ask him that question. I mean, not Durk, for DJ Academics to ask him that question. Like, that question was out the blue. You know what I mean? I think the feds be giving these niggas questions to ask. To be honest. You know what I mean? If you want to be totally honest. I think the feds be orchestrating them interviews to get them boys up that bitch. Because if you remember, right after this, who Academics interviewed? Quando Rondo. And try to get Quando Rondo to talk about what? Durk. Well, Julio died. Who did Academics interview? Young and Ace. And try to get Young and Ace to talk about Julio. All you gotta do is pay attention to what the fuck going on, man. These niggas working, man. They getting paid by the federal government, man. Like, how ironic is that? Anytime somebody got a case, man, or something happened who you think this person might be involved in, you get a call from Academics. Want to come on my podcast? Hey, man, you want to come on my podcast? This goofy ass sound like a fucking skater. It's going to be great, I'm telling you. Whole time the feds gave that nigga 7 questions. They're only going to give him 7. You don't want to make him nervous. No, they do not want them transcripts to come out. Grand jury secrecy exists for a reason. Indeed, the proper function of our grand jury system depends on it. So y'all can do legal shit. This is especially true in cases like this where witnesses have been threatened and protecting their safety is paramount. Y'all don't care about nobody's safety. The charged conduct at issue, defendant allegedly dispatching 6 hitmen to kill a rival located in another part of the country, also showcased the palpable danger to witnesses and to those co-conspirators. Excuse me. Perceived as impedance to their freedom. As the Supreme Court repeatedly held, in pre-indictment proceedings were made public, prospective witnesses would be hesitant to come forward voluntarily, knowing that those against whom they testify will be aware of the testimony. Moreover, witnesses who appear before the grand jury will be less likely to testify fully and frankly, as they would be open to retribution as well as to inducement. Explaining the impact of granting requests to change evidence presented to grand jury, noting the resulting delay would be great, and the result of such a rule would be that before a trial on merits, a defendant. And the results of such a rule would be that before a trial on the merits, the defendant could always insist on a kind of preliminary trial to determine the competency and adequacy of the evidence before the grand jury. Wow, you don't think that's fair? Provides narrow exemptions to this bedrock rule, secrecy, permitting disclosure of grand jury material only in limited circumstances where the defendant requests disclosure of grand jury matters. The court may authorize disclosure upon a showing that a ground may exist to dismiss the indictment because of a matter that occurred before the grand jury. Ain't that what they're trying to do? Thus, defendant's right to access the grand jury material turns on whether he meets the standard to dismiss an indictment based on conduct occurring before the grand jury. And I think that's what they're alluding to, Feds. Defendant did not show a particularized need for grand jury material where the claimant misconduct would have compelled the dismissal of a first superseding indictment. Moreover, the Supreme Court has consistently constructed Rule 6E to require a strong showing particularized need for grand jury material before any disclosure will be permitted. The standards the district court should follow when lifting the secrecy of a grand jury proceedings are: 1, that the desired material will avoid a possible injustice, that the need for disclosure is greater than the need for continued secrecy, and 3, that only the relevant parts of the transcript should be disclosed. Defendant has not and cannot show particularized need for grand jury material because the motion was mooted by the superseding indictment, and no ground exists to dismiss the indictment. These motherfuckers, yo, they play a dirty game, man. They play a dirty game, man. It's the motherfucking Feds. Finally, even if defendant could show a particularized need for grand jury material, he has not. He fails to establish that any need outweighs the need for continued secrecy. Preserving the grand jury secrecy is impedance, and its independence is paramount in this case. Defendant has already shown his willingness to use his power to continue pursuing violence, including allegedly offering a battling to kill a family member of a witness. Like, yo, they're saying that, but they're not producing no evidence of this. Describing that defendant offered money to kill those responsible for his brother's murder, and more specifically offered to pay for any gay disciple that is killed. And evidence collected has also shown that one of the defendant's OTF members already attempted to intimidate a witness. Quite simply, the Supreme Court warning that the release of grand jury material may result in witness retribution is near certain in a calculated murder case like this. The court shall accordingly deny the defendant's request for grand jury transcripts. Conclusion. The foregoing reasons, the government expressly requests that this court deny the motion to dismiss and defendant's request for the release of grand jury transcripts. They trying to hide them transcripts, man. They hiding something. I thought the courts was supposed to be open and honest. I thought this is an honest court system, y'all. I thought this court system was built on being fair, man. Everybody is equal under the law. Everybody has a chance. Everybody get their chance in court. That's what they told us, right? That's what they try to portray. But whenever they get caught doing something dirty, now they want to hide it. They don't want nobody to see nothing. Man, release some transcripts, man. Release some motherfucking transcripts. We want to know what the fuck y'all did in there, man. What kind of evidence y'all showed? Did y'all show any evidence? So that was the government's reply to Durk. Now let's see what's going on with my man Diddler. Matter of fact, hold on, before we get to the Diddler, Megan Thee Stallion replied to this whole Tory Lanez thing. Now y'all, hold on, before we get to that, yeah, they've been catching them inmates. Inmates escaped Louisiana prison. That's what they said, right? Man, Chicago in the building. That motherfucking rack. Sleep to the rack, man. Subscribe to the channel, man.
And how this escape occurred?
11 inmates escaped from the Orleans Parish Justice Center in New Orleans, per NBC News, citing authorities. According to the outlet, officials discovered the inmates missing during a routine head count around 8:30 a.m. Friday.
Now, we already got this information, E-News. They've been locking these guys up, though. I think they got 2 more of them today. I think it's only 7 of them out, or 6 of them still out. Yeah, I know. I seen it. I'm ready to go to the video.
I don't really like committing to things. I'm a ski.
Alright, shut your dumb ass up, nigga. Funny looking ass nigga.
Can you hear me now?
An urgent manhunt is still underway in the South after several inmates escaped from a Louisiana jail. The jailbreak shows the inmates running out of the jail and jumping down off a ledge. You see it right there. 7 of the 10 fugitives have been able to stay ahead of that manhunt for 4 days. Now, the Louisiana governor says there is no excuse for the failure at the jail that allowed violent criminals on the streets. ABC's Faith Abube has the latest.
A high-stakes manhunt underway for 7 inmates considered armed and dangerous, caught on this surveillance video breaking out of a New Orleans jail.
These are violent criminals, and they escaped.
Authorities say a total of 10 inmates busted out of the Orleans Parish facility in the early hours of Friday, taking advantage of defective locks on multiple jail cells. Stunning photos showing the getaway path, a hole behind the toilet with this taunting message, "Too easy, LOL."
The failure in the jail system should never have happened.
The inmates were on the run for at least 7 hours before jail employees realized they were gone. Officials taking even longer to notify the public.
One of the escaped inmates captured right here in the French Quarter, the busiest and most important tourist hub here in New Orleans. It's only about 2 miles from that jail.
Only 3 of the 10 fugitives have been recaptured. An internal investigation underway at the jail after the sheriff said her own employees may have helped in the stunning jailbreak.
We think this was intentional. There is much more than meets the eye.
And again, Stephanie, we're now in the 4th day of this investigation with 7 fugitive inmates on the run right now. The governor blasting the failures at this jail for allowing those violent criminals on the streets. In the meantime, he says he wants a full state audit of the facility. Authorities also are trying to...
Told y'all it's a play, y'all. Full state audit, which means they're gonna get that money they seeking.
Incentivize more public health, they're boosting the bounty on each of those inmates' heads to $20,000 each.
Damn.
Stephanie.
Faith and movement for us in New Orleans. Thanks so much.
They ready to get caught. 20 bands each. Yeah, they going down like the Titanic. I think 2 of them got caught today, y'all. So this is one of them. New Orleans resident calls police on escaped inmate after he fell asleep on the bench.
What up? You alright? Straight?
Thought the guy had music playing. So that's one of them. Then this you got this guy right here. Damn, them niggas heels. God damn. But look at this nigga. Look at Vlad. Mr. Motherfucking Opportunist. DJ Vlad wants to interview the 7 fugitives still on the run from breaking out of Louisiana. Interview him and say what, Vlad? What the fuck do Vlad want to know? What is there to ask him, Vlad? That's what I want to know. I want to interview Vlad. He want to interview them. I want to interview Vlad. What is there to know, Vlad? For the type of guy still on the run, let's do a Vlad TV interview. You eventually get caught anyway, but doing the interview will give you legend status. I won't report you after the interview. My First Amendment right as a journalist gives me the right to do the interview. DM me or email. Y'all shit crazy. Yo, them niggas better not take this interview. They're gonna motherfucking pen drop. They're gonna motherfucking get your IP address. They gonna be at your door soon you come out that bitch. Really trying to put them money in their pocket. They ain't gonna pay them niggas shit. I was gonna go to their books. You try to put money on their books, cause that's how I was gonna go to. They gonna be able to spend it. Right, a dumbass. So these are the 7 left. I guarantee one of them an informant. Working with them people. Alright, now Tory Lanez, Meg Thee Stallion. Meg Thee Stallion class back of social users and Tory Lanez team after claiming they have evidence to prove his innocence. Says, my bad, y'all. I'm not gonna take this out of the phone. At what point are y'all gonna stop making me have to relive being shot by a Tory? Yo, she keeps saying that man shot her. At what point are Tory and y'all fans gonna stop lying? Like, how much is the check to keep harassing me? Why is this happening every day? 1 minute him, y'all said I was never shot. Now y'all letting him play in y'all face again and say I was shot, but it wasn't him. Oh, okay. I'm sick of this shit. Leave me the fuck alone. He ain't dare get on that stand and deny he shot me. And that was his choice because he knows he did that shit. I don't give a fuck about a blog or a bot. Why the fuck would me, Megan Thee Stallion, have to lie on this motherfucker about shooting me? How y'all mad at the person that got shot? Facts are facts. He did it. It was proven in court. Fuck the hate campaign on the internet. Tory, you shot me. Ain't no new fucking evidence. Y'all been saying the same shit for years. Tory, please leave me alone. You're a fucking demon. I'm off this silly shit. Hey, y'all. Like I said yesterday, right? What was the incentive? Why would Tory shoot Meg? Yo, he didn't have no incentive. He fucked both of them. He won. Yo, Tory could have got out the car and let them two fight it out. And said, man, shit, I ain't got no beef with nobody. I was fucking Kelsey. I fucked Meg. I'm out of here. Y'all figure that shit out. Yo, he had no reason to shoot the girl, man. We know what the beef was over. The beef was over. Megan keep fucking Kelsey boyfriends. Now, man, she fucked the baby when Kelsey was fucking the baby. So, yo, just imagine. I ain't gonna say imagine, but just look at it, Kelsey point of view. You keep fucking my boyfriends. You keep doing it. I gave you a pass the first time. Now you did it again. And now you beefing with me over it. And we drunk. Man, I'm ready to kill this girl, man. Yo, Kelsey shot that gun, man. Kelsey shot that gun. Tory Lanez DNA, we watched the video yesterday. Tory Lanez DNA wasn't on the gun. Tory Lanez DNA wasn't on the clip. The fucking driver who witnessed the shooting said that I don't know if it's the driver. Somebody that witnessed the shooting said the gunshots came from the back passenger. That's where Kelsey was sitting. The man ain't shoot the girl, man. Like, right now, yo, Megan Thee Stallion is trying to hold on to anything she got left because this shit falling apart. They're actively seeking a pardon for Tory Lanez. And it's gaining steam. 500,000 signatures. And a congresswoman. Spoke out. Damn, I didn't say that either. God damn, I didn't say shit. Oh, here you go. Congresswoman Ann Paulina Luna is demanding Governor Newsom pardon Tory Lanez. I'm calling on Governor Newsom to review Tory Lanez's case and issue a pardon. His 10-year sentence was based on flawed evidence, political pressure, and prosecutorial bias. Justice must be blind, not driven by headlines. It's gaining steam. You got a congresswoman on the side. She down bad for that, y'all. I swear, y'all, I really don't think she know who shot her, y'all. Megan Thee Stallion says Tory Lanez shot me on live. So, yo, he was easy to be the scapegoat because he's not from the United States. Man from Canada. Like, it was so easy just to blame him. He ain't even from here.
Well,
Yo, when it all come out, yo, it's gonna fuck her over. You know, the truth always prevail in the end, yo. I'm not looking for that. Shorty got a drinking habit. A main one. Where the fuck the IG Live at? They scraped it from the internet? Yeah, that is why she did it. I mean, I think she was gonna do it anyway, but I think that did make it worse. But you gotta think too, though, Scholar. Why would he do that if he really shot her? If he really shot her, why would he antagonize her on the internet?
New this morning, for the first time, we are hearing from rapper Megan Thee Stallion, who is finally talking about the shooting that gained national attention back in 2020.
Musician, rap star, and three-time Grammy winner is talking exclusively with CBS Morning's Gayle King.
That shooting allegedly involved rapper Tory Lanez. Lanez pleaded not guilty to assault and weapons charges related to that shooting, but Megan has never spoken about the incident on television until now. Here's a preview of that interview.
There was an argument in the car?
It was an argument because I was ready to go and everybody else wasn't ready to go.
But
that's like normal friend stuff. Like, we fuss about silly stuff all the time. But
she lied. She lied this whole interview.
I never put my hands on anybody. I never raised my voice too loud. Like, this was one of them times where it was like, it shouldn't have got this crazy.
It shouldn't have escalated
right.
that it did.
So I get out the car and it's like everything happens so fast.
Can't even remember.
And all I hear is this man screaming. He said, dance, and he started shooting. And I'm just like, oh my God. Like,
yo, I never believed the dance bitch part. I think that's a bunch of bullshit. She definitely used all the trigger words in her response. Yo, this is not a movie. Yo shot at her and told her dance. Yo shot at an up and coming rapper that was on the rise and told her to dance. Another rapper did it? Man, fuck no. That shit sound fugazi.
A couple of times. And I was so scared.
In the car, shooting from the car?
Megan, he is standing up over the window, shooting. And I didn't even want to move. I didn't want to move too quick, like, because I'm like, oh my God, if I take the wrong step, I don't know if he can shoot something that's, like, super important. I don't know if he can shoot me and kill me. Like,
were you afraid for your life at that time?
I was really scared because I had never been shot at before.
A very emotional Megan we just saw. We're now joined live by CBS Morning's co-host, Gayle King.
She lying. I'm trying to find that video when she said, you shot me. I think I did a video on it. I think I put it in one of my videos. For some reason, you can't find it online. It was on IG Live. You would think that'd be the first video to pop up. That's what you would think, right? Here you go, right here. Somebody got it.
Hey, it's Cosmo Solutions 8, and I'm so excited to announce that we are rolling out a full...
Let it play a dirty game, but keep it G News. Down one us to reach the masses. It's cool though, cause we ain't stopping until we do. So
More
got a long road
about
ahead
the
of us.
incident that left. She was lying about the whole thing. She alleged that Tory Lanez was the one that
Straight up.
actually
You already
shot her
know.
last month. Take a look.
This y'all so worried about it. Yes, this Tory shot me. You shot me. And you got your publicists and your people going to these blogs lying. And stop lying. I don't want the police to shoot me because with a gun in the car. I'm leaking, I'm bleeding. Lying bitch, did I pay a helicopter to come over me and record my feet leaking blood? No.
Nah,
Take
bro.
that.
I think
I mean, I can't believe
I think they was gonna come. I think they was gonna put him on it anyway. Skull Black, you was you here yesterday when we watched the press conference, and they talked about how Rock Nation set in the interrogation room with Meg Thee Stallion. Was you here last night? Wasn't that last night, y'all? That wasn't last night. That was the night before last. Right here.
All right, welcome back in here to Live and Out Fox.
Straight up, Jasmine. Yo, a lot of women ain't buying it either. Yo, cause like I said, yo, it was no incentive, yo. It was no reason. Yo, it was no reason for Tory to shoot Meg Thee Stallion, yo. Only one person had motive. It was only one person in that car that had motive, yo. That's it. Like, it is what it is. Like, nobody else had any reason to do it. It was only 3 people. She ain't gonna shoot herself. Why the fuck would Tory do it? Like I said, he had sex with both the women, yo. He won. Mission complete. Fuck you mean? Like, fuck, I'm shooting somebody for. Look, he probably wasn't arguing. He probably was sitting back looking at both of them like, man, y'all tripping. Calm the fuck down. Damn. We can have a threesome. Shit. It's enough for me to go around. Like, we ain't got to fight over it. God damn. Like, shit. Have a drink. Yo, that's why, if I was in that car, that's what I'd have been saying. Like, yo, what the fuck? Fuck is wrong with y'all, man? Shit. We rich. It's the time of our life. Let's go to this. We going to the bar again. Then we gonna figure all this shit out in the jacuzzi. Yo. Only person had motive is only one person had motive, man. Only one person had motive, man. This girl right here. Listen to this lady.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here. I know there's a lot of noise in the media going on with other stories, but I think that this is one of the most important stories happening right now today regarding our Justice Department. My name is Diana London. I'm the CEO of the Secret Weapon Agency, which is a crisis communication firm, and I'm also the CEO of a company called London Global Strategies. I am a member of the media as well. I'm a commentator on a few networks, and I also serve as an advisor for Giano's Institute and also another company called Promising People that is fighting to reduce the recidivism rate in this country and also to correct our criminal justice laws. As a woman who has worked in Congress on criminal justice reform, I deeply believe in law and order.
Yeah, I heard.
I've worked alongside law enforcement. I've drafted policy to reduce violent crime. I've seen what accountability should look like. But I also know the legal system without integrity is no justice at all. When we get it wrong, when our courts fail the people they're meant to protect, we don't just ruin lives. We erode trust in the rule of law itself. That's why I'm speaking out today for Daystar Peterson.
Tory team is speculating that there's a hit on Tory. Tory got hit days after they notified Megan Thee Stallion team that they had new evidence. Then Tory gets stabbed in prison. The sheriff. There wasn't no sheriff speaking in this, I don't think.
Better known to the world as Tory Lanez. This isn't about fame. It isn't about celebrity. It's about fairness. Tory Lanez doesn't want special treatment. He's demanding equal treatment. And if we Americans still believe in a system where guilty must be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then we must admit this case raises serious concerns. Because the truth is, Tory Lanez is serving a 10-year sentence for a crime that evidence, which laid out here today, overwhelmingly suggests he did not commit. Let's go back to the night in question, just like Gianna was just talking about in the attorneys. As the attorneys laid out here today, the prosecution failed to produce a single shred of forensic evidence tying Tory to the actual gun. His fingerprints weren't on it. His DNA was later found to be 100% nearly excluded from the gun, as shown in the worksheet that was provided to the defense late on the eve of the actual trial, after making a request for that very document. After trial, looking at this evidence, there is a 0.01% chance Tory's DNA was on the firearm. That's a difficult statistic to equate with the story as told by the prosecution, which may be why this was not present in trial. In fact, there were 3 people tested positive for gunshot residues. One of those was Kelsey Harris, as Gianno mentioned, the assistant to Megan Pete. According to multiple sworn testaments that you've heard today, including one from the bodyguard and driver with Harris on the 2 days of the trial, Harris admitted to firing the weapon during an emotional outburst. Tory intervened to disarm. It is important to note, the police did not fingerprint anyone else who had gunshot residue on them that night, only Tory. Why? Even more troubling, the investigation itself was a disaster. Bullet fragments disappeared. The gun serial number was sealed. A move that blocked the defense from investigating ownership. Police failed to follow standard procedures. Why? Didn't mark shell casings on the road, and didn't test others involved that night with DNA. This wasn't justice. It was a push to judgment. Worse still, the prosecution knew the case was thin. So what did they do? They tacked on gun enhancements, just like they spoke about. The charges, these gun enhancements are meant for gang shootouts and armed robberies to inflate the charges and turn a flimsy accusation into a decade-long prison sentence. Enhancements are a powerful tool against violent offenders, but using them in a case with no forensic evidence, murky testimony, and a defendant with no criminal history, that's very important to point out. He had no criminal history.
I played it yesterday.
That's not justice. That's a political stunt.
News reporter.
Let's be blunt. This prosecution had everything to do with headlines and very little to do with truth. It was about symbolism, not substance. And that should concern every single one of you here today and in this country. Because when the facts take a back seat to identity, When due process is sacrificed for public spectacle, we all lose. Just yesterday, a Los Angeles court ruled the Menendez brothers, who brutally murdered their parents, are now eligible for parole after serving 35 years. They admitted to the crime. Tory Lanez, who killed no one and has still remained his innocent today, whose case is riddled with inconsistencies.
All right, just listening in there to this out of Los Angeles as we're continuing to follow the latest. As you can see, exteriors outside of the courtroom in New York City, day 3 of the...
The timing of these events raised disturbing questions to me, and I think they all should to you as well. After over 2 years in prison without incident, Tory was stabbed 14 times just days after a major national news outlet reached out to Megan Pete's team, Kelsey Harris, and former DA George Gascon about a story on new evidence in this case. You don't have to believe in conspiracies to see the pattern. When evidence was about to come to light, Tory was nearly killed. So let's stop pretending this is complicated. Let's stop treating this like some cultural war flashpoint. This is about a man, a father, a son, Daystar Peterson, who has sat in a prison cell for over a year based on a case that wouldn't pass the smell test in any honest courtroom. The prison system can no longer guarantee his safety, and that alone should be grounds for immediate action. But combine that with the overwhelming evidence of a botched investigation, and this becomes not just a legal issue, but a morale emergency. Tory Lanez deserves a new trial. He deserves due process. He deserves a pardon. And if justice still matters in America, he deserves to go home. So what now? What do we do now? We're all here today.
If you get
We're
pardoned,
calling
you
on
can't sue.
Governor Gavin Newsom, the California Attorney General, and the public at large to act. If you believe in due process, sign the petition now on the Caldwell Institute page that Gianna Caldwell mentioned at change.org. Let your voice be counted. Let the system know that we see what's happening and we won't stay silent. We can't be a nation that claims to value justice but looks the other way when a man is buried beneath the weight of political motivated prosecution. Dr. King said again, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. This is that threat in modern day time. This is that moment. Daystar Peterson deserves to go home today. And we, the people, have a duty to bring him home. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming out and lending your cameras to the world. We appreciate you being here. My name is Sunstar Peterson, well known as the father of Tory Lanez, but his family affectionately knows him as Daystar Peterson.
And more importantly, I would never have given you my current location out of fear of you finishing the job. That was something that stood out to me. I also, in my op-ed, discussed Kelsey Harris pleading the Fifth Amendment. She wasn't accused of anything by Megan Pete or the police, and to my knowledge, she wasn't under any investigation. So why plead the Fifth?
They gonna get Chris Brown.
What also shocked me is that
I don't know if y'all know that or not. We can tap into that, but Chris Brown ready to go to prison. They've been trying to get Chris Brown for the longest time. He fucked up by doing whatever he did. I ain't never really tap into it, but I know he got no bail, and I know he going to prison this time. I don't know how long, but he definitely gonna do some prison time.
prosecution gave her immunity. For what? What did she do? Is there an allegation of her doing something? I'm not aware of that. Maybe some of you can answer that question today. During the time of trial, George Gascon, just to take you back to where we were at that particular point, he had just barely won a recall attempt.
Yeah.
He lost support in many key demographics of voters. Crime was up in Los Angeles County. And this case would have been a silver bullet for him potentially winning.
I don't know.
His policies obviously were bad and people were harmed. So that didn't happen, and thank God it didn't happen. At the heart of this injustice is the misuse of gun enhancement charges, a sentencing tool intended for the most dangerous and violent offenders. In Tory Lanez case, these enhancements were not supported by evidence. But George Gascon, interestingly enough, who is someone who regularly would drop enhancements or not recommend them, chose to provide enhancements to Tory.
Let's look into that, Tory. Let's look, because I ain't never looked into the Chris Brown shit. Let's look into the Chris Brown. Chris Brown arrested. You face life in prison. Oh, shit. The fuck you do that was so bad? I thought you smacked somebody with a bottle. Yeah, they got him. Yo, one of the worst things you can do, yo, is let them people get you again, man. That's one of the worst things you can do, y'all. When you got away, or they think you got away, y'all don't let them people get you again. Under no circumstances. For real. See how they did OJ. They locked his ass up for retrieving his own items.
Are now thrown into question as a Chris Brown's upcoming tour now thrown into question as a British judge has just ordered him held in custody while facing allegations that he beat a music producer with a bottle in a London nightclub in 2023. The 36-year-old appeared in Manchester court to face one count of causing previous bodily harm and was held until his next hearing, June 13th, in London. That's the same day that he's due to take the stage over in Germany on the third date of his world tour. The judge rejecting Brown's bail request after the prosecutor said the crime was, quote, extremely serious. Brown was on tour in the UK in February 2023 when he launched an unprovoked attack on that producer, striking him several times with a bottle at the Tape nightclub in the swanky Mayfair neighborhood that's over in London, according to officials there. Brown then apparently chased that producer and punched and kicked him in an attack caught on surveillance camera in front of a club full of people. Again, this is according to prosecutors and other officials in that area. Defense attorney Grace Forbes arguing that the American performer was not a flight risk and should be released. Brown was flanked by court officers in the dock. His hair was bleached blonde, and he wore sweatpants and a black t-shirt. He confirmed his name and birth date and said that his address was a local hotel where he was arrested early Thursday and taken into custody. His case was transferred to the Southwark Crown Court that is over in London, where he's expected to enter a plea to that charge. Brown's representative did not immediately respond to any request for comment from the Associated Press, and Brown, often called by his nickname of Breezy, burst onto the music scene as a teen back 20 years ago in 2005 and has become a major hitmaker. The singer is due to launch an international tour next month with several other artists, opening with a European leg that is on June 8th over in Amsterdam before starting North America shows in July.
Oh, damn, yo. Hold on, yo. What time Chris Brown facing? Yo, if you're new to the channel, make sure you subscribe. Between 2 and 16 years? God damn. Yeah, he fucking around do get a 5-piece. Oh, fucking around do get a 5-piece. Fucking around do get a nickel. He appeared at Manchester Magistrate Court. His case will next be heard in Southwark Crown Court in London on June 13th, which has been the scene of various high-profile legal cases in recent years. All criminal cases in London are first heard in Magistrate Court. Then more serious cases, including alleged violent crimes, are sent to Crown Court. Police said earlier that a man was arrested at a hotel in Manchester Thursday on suspicion of grievous bodily harm in connection with the incident. Dang. He probably was. You know Chris Brown let him drugs. Damn, shorty. They wiping everybody down. Jesus Christ, shorty. These motherfuckers don't play fair, man. Yo, did Lauren? I like Lauren coverage of the Diddy trial. She the best. She doing the best out of everybody. Oh, now look how dirty the feds are playing with this Diddy Cassie shit. Now let me know, y'all. Have y'all ever seen anything like this? Hold up.
Have a good day.
They was harassing Don Richard.
Yeah, how big is Diddy's dick?
Oh shit.
I get the 10 minutes now, man. Monetization.
So she fucked Diddy too? I thought she watched Cassie get her ass whipped. So she fucked Diddy too, huh? After Cassie was getting her ass whipped and she witnessed all of it. Is that true?
Gee, if you've seen all of that and was at puppy parties, and you the same size as Uncle Phil, and you the same size as Professor Ogilvy, and you the same size as Lucy and Brienne Clive Davis, why you want us to believe that you ain't at no parties participating in that behavior, G? We heard everything you got to say on the line, G. Gene, are you a victim?
These niggas diabolical, yo. Yo, what are you doing there, Gene? It's like, yo, I never seen so many people were just like, yo, they like, you want to witness a nigga downfall. Like, you ain't there to support. You there to witness his downfall.
Give him some space, y'all. Hold up. Okay, hold on. You are. So why are you here? All right. Give him some space, y'all. Give him some space. About Diddy, please. Give him some space. I was never scared, and he never sued too. So tell us, why are you here? All right, watch our backs, y'all.
He want to watch him go down.
This is Diddy's former bodyguard. We gotta proceed with caution. You were body slam my ass. But I'm gonna say, can we get a scoop? I was just watching you last night. That's crazy. I just saw your Hey, sir. Good morning. How are you? Happy Monday. Are you testifying? Can we get a scoop on anything new? So what brings you in today? Anything that used to happen that you might have seen? Wow. That you just willing to say? Okay. We got a reaction. That's cool. I can deal with it.
Yo, the fact that people are supporting the federal prosecution is crazy. Niggas really supporting the feds out this bitch. But anyway, Look at this shit though, y'all. Yo, name a time. Name a time, y'all, when during trial they release evidence. During trial, y'all. Like typically after trial, they start releasing transcripts. They start releasing pictures. You know, because Freedom of Information Act. The public got a right to see these things. Yo, but that typically happens after trial. So you got disturbing evidence of Cassie unveiled in Diddy's sex trafficking trial. So I guess she had she must have had a black eye. Diddy was out of line, man. Diddy was tripping, beating up on that girl like that. Then they ain't just stopped there. They got pictures of the motherfucking freak offs or the freak off attendees. Yo, Cassie was just freak out. They ain't even had pics. They got white, black, Indian, African, Australian. Like, yo, what the fuck? Yo, this shit crazy, right? Yo, when did they start doing this? I never seen this done before, man. I'm just saying, yo, I never seen this. This is some new going on with the feds. They releasing evidence made trial. And they probably did. They probably did. The liquor company is behind this shit. Like that liquor company worth like $56 billion. What we looked it up a while ago? Wasn't it $56 billion? Like Diddy. I just think he just got frustrated, yo, and he thought he was bigger than the program. You know what I mean? Nobody's bigger than the program, man. Especially when you align yourself with them people, when you let them people elevate you to a level of success, they can also take you down. You know what I mean? They build you up, then break you down. That's why, like I said, y'all, I've told y'all before, I'd rather slow roll it and do it this way than to align with these guys. You know what I mean? Because you align with them, yeah, you're going to come up fast, but you're going to fall hard. If you don't abide by the rules, you're going to fall hard. And that's what this is, man. But I'm just saying, yo, I never in my life seen them release evidence mid-trial. Like, how is this not prejudice? How don't this prejudice the trial? I mean, I guess her testimony is over. But still, yo, I ain't never seen that done before. Never seen it done before. It's always multiple ways you can look at it. We cover it from all angles. So I ain't gonna be naive to what this shit about and what's going on. But at the same time, that don't make it right either. Diddy's former assistant testified he had 5 girls, including Cassie and Kim. Allegedly overheard Diddy calling Cassie young and moldable. A lot of niggas say that. Cassie's ex-best friend, Carrie Morgan, testifies about a time she and Cassie hid from Diddy inside a ditch. I thought she was knocked out. Then she got up and ran to a wooded area. Then we hid in the ditch whispering. And the next time, Carrie Morgan in Jamaica, I saw him drag her by her hair. I ran back to get my purse and phone so we could leave. What did you see next? I thought she was knocked out. She got dragged in the wooded area. What happened next? There were 2 golf carts in the driveway. I got in one and Sean got in the other. We went in different directions looking for Cassie. Did you find her? Yes. Then we hid in the ditch whispering. Did Mr. Combs ever assault you? Yes, he hit me with a wood coat hanger and choked me. Where did he get the hanger to hit you? Behind my right ear. Where did the hanger hit you? Behind my right ear. What did you express concern about? Who Cassie was cheating on him with? What did he express concern about? What did you speak to? What did you speak to about it? I'm tripping, y'all. I'm getting tired. Who did you speak to about it? Ryan, Sean Otis' assistant. What did he do? Nothing. Shrugs. I have not spoken with Cassie since. Now they say Don Richards. As a matter of fact, I was looking for Lauren. The Breakfast Club chick. She giving the best coverage. But her shit don't be... She ain't there do nothing today, man. Come on now, shorty.
Hey, y'all. It's Lauren LaRosa, and y'all know where we're at. We're back here at the court. Hey, back here at the court today for the latest with Lauren LaRosa. And today, the latest is, like, normally when I walk out, I'll be like, all right, boom. I feel like the prosecution took it. Boom. I feel like the defense took it today.
Because what happened when Cassie got on the stand is text messages got brought to light where she was begging for freak-offs. She enjoyed the freak-offs, man. Like, yo, see, y'all told y'all what they doing, yo. They trying to, this the game plan of the feds, y'all, if y'all don't know. They don't have a sex trafficking case. But they got a lot of domestic violence. So, they're trying to paint this narrative of domestic violence so vivid, right? They trying to make it so vivid for the people, for the jury, that the jury disregard the facts. Like, we're going to make him look so much like a monster that it don't even matter if he's sex trafficked. You understand what I'm saying? He guilty just off the domestic violence part. It doesn't matter if he did any sex trafficking. It doesn't matter if he engaged in anything. None of that shit matters. That's why every testimony is about domestic violence. Domestic violence, domestic violence, domestic violence. Okay. That's a sensitive topic, you know. Ain't nothing cool about beating up on women. Like, that shit is clown behavior. But they don't have a case of sex trafficking. Cassie enjoyed it. She was a grown-up. But I told y'all, this is a dangerous path that we taking, because OnlyFans models next. Get ready for the indictments. OnlyFans model next. They fuck around, come after the porn industry. Because I don't see what's the difference. What is the difference between what Diddy is doing and OnlyFans is doing? Are they not going state to state fucking for monetary gain? And the crazy thing about this shit is, Diddy, what's the difference, Skola? So you think that all them OnlyFans models living in the same city, they're not going state to state having meetups? Justin Bieber said he haven't never been touched by Diddy. Yo, we looked into the numbers, bro, and the numbers are saying that, yo, they are trying to make more arrests federally for sex trafficking. In the last 10 years, the arrests been going up. They've been targeting black people. 53% of the arrests in the last 10 years. They even made a new category for it. We looked it up a couple days ago. 53% of the arrests that the federal government have been making for sex trafficking has been black people. Black people. I know they try and ruin Diddy. I'm just saying, yo, certain doors is left. You know, you can't trust these people, bro. You know what I mean? You can't trust them to just take down Diddy. Fuck no, they might get greedy. You know what I mean? It might take down Boosie next or whoever. Like, yo, that's why I always say certain doors you gotta leave closed, man. Like, you can't allow certain doors open. You can't allow the federal government to start policing what niggas do or what people do in their bedroom. That should be out of line. If this man wanted, if Cassie was his freak and that's the type of shit that they did in their bedroom, then that's what the fuck they did. You know what I mean? Cassie like fucking porn stars. She like fucking escorts. You know, Diddy like watching. Like, that's the freaky shit they was involved in. Yo, you don't want to give the federal government that type of authority to start policing that. You know what I mean? People do freaky shit all the time. Now, Diddy and Cassie situation might be the freakiest I didn't heard. Even maybe y'all done heard something freakier. But that might be the freakiest shit I done heard in my life. But hey, that's the type of shit they got. Hey, that's what they was doing. How is it not that? What's the difference? Sex trafficking, interstate commerce, paying sex workers state to state. What's the difference? OnlyFans models doing the same thing. They're doing the same thing, yo. I know it's the liquor situation, yo. I understand that part. It's a lot of ways. We're not talking about the liquor situation right now. We talking about the fact that what if they use this Diddy situation and make this like a motherfucking what you wanna call that shit? Basically make this a statement to say, all right, now we see that we can go this angle. We didn't think we could do this before. Now we can broaden it. Yeah, it started off with the liquor company. Yeah, this is about the liquor company. But now we can broaden this. You know what I mean? We just pulled it off. We actually prosecuted this man for being a fucking freak in his bedroom. Now we can go at the cause that's how they work, bro. You give them an inch, they take a mile. That's how they work. That's what mass incarceration was. Like, yo, people gotta recognize the system that we dealing with. You know what I mean? It started off with getting hardened criminals, drug dealers. Next thing you know, it's 3 strikes. Now we locking niggas up for chips. Life in prison. This your 3rd time getting booked. This is how it always worked, yo. That's what I be trying to explain to people. Yo, pay attention. Yo, we gotta stop falling for the same plays. We gotta stop falling for the same plays, man. I don't know how they do it, how they trick us. Yo, but we fall for the same shit over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And then once they done locked up 1,000 black men for being freaks, they would be like, damn, yo, we made a mistake. They done got us again. Yo, we gotta start peeping this shit in the beginning. In the beginning, man. We gotta start calling this shit out in the beginning, yo. Stop getting so emotional. Like, yo, they trick us with our emotions. That's the easiest way to get black people to move. Tend to their emotions. We let our emotions dictate our judgment, dictate our thinking. And a lot of times it pushes us in the wrong direction. That's how we got tricked into that's how we got tricked into crack and like, yo, we got tricked in all of that shit through emotions, through fear mongering. We got tricked into mass incarceration. Yo, we asked for it. We voted for it. We voted for it. I'm just saying, yo. Look at the bigger picture, man. Yeah, but Diddy is guilty of being a fucked up human being. Are we gonna start getting people life in prison? Do people want to open that door? Do people want to open the door of motherfuckers getting life in prison for just being a fucked up human being? Let me know. Do we want people to start getting life for just being a fucked up human being? Cause we got a lot of family members that's gonna be catching that shit. Cause we got a lot of fucked up people out this bitch. Is that what we want to start doing? I ain't no Diddy 2.0. I ain't never did none of the things close to Diddy. I don't put my hands on women or not. I just see the play. I see the bigger picture. I just see the picture. Y'all getting emotional and not paying attention to the bigger picture. No, I never did no freak offs. Diddy in the league of his own. I told you I think Diddy might be ordering something. I think that everybody should have 1,000 bottles of baby oil. Fuck around with Diddy. Diddy might know something we don't know. Yeah, Diddy might know something we don't know, y'all. We might be missing out. They keep joking him. They keep joking about his baby oil. We better go get out. We need to all get 1,000 bottles. He's 100. Diddy freaky ass. Hey, freaky motherfucker, boy. Yo, but he ain't sex trafficked the girl, man. She's a willing participant, man. These is grown, consenting adults. Now, he probably gonna serve some time. I don't think he deserves life in prison. But we talking about life in prison, man. We talking about life in prison, y'all. Life. Remember that song? We talking about life in prison, man. Y'all think Diddy deserve life in prison for being a freak? For domestic violence? Kelly was fucking with minors, man. Diddy ain't fuck with no minors. Diddy ain't fuck with no. That's another misconception. That's another misconception that the internet been spreading. Lies. It's videos of minors. Man, we in week 2. We ain't heard nothing about a minor yet. We ain't gonna hear nothing about a minor. No, he don't, y'all. Y'all keep listening to the internet, man. Deal with the facts. Can we deal with the facts and get out our emotions and stop talking about what we think? Because it haven't came out in court. Do you think if Diddy was fucking with minors, knowing what this case is about, you don't think they would include that shit in the indictment? You don't think if Diddy was fucking with minors, you don't think that shit will be in this court hearing? Right here, right now? With all that's going on. Y'all don't think they would incorporate that in the case? That would be the focal point. I think that'd be the first witness. Hey, Shire, ain't no minors in this case. We didn't read all the motions. We didn't read all the documents. There's no minors. It's only 5 girls. It's only 5 girls, man. All girlfriends. Like I've been telling y'all from the beginning. For the people that have been watching Benji, for G-Man, everybody that been over here from the beginning. The whole time, I've been telling people, it ain't no minors. There's no minors. There's no other celebrities. There's none of that shit. Have I not been saying that shit from the beginning? When the whole internet was spreading falsehoods, like, yo, this is the takedown of Hollywood. Yo, who do y'all think going to be mentioned next? Yo, what did I tell y'all? Yo, that's not happening. We ain't getting none of that. From the beginning. Yo, I'm probably been the only YouTuber from the beginning saying the same thing. And it's showing. There's no evidence of sex trafficking. Yo, sex trafficking, yo, what we thought was sex trafficking, they're changing the definition. Sex trafficking used to be girls getting kidnapped, held against their will, runaways. You know what I mean? Runaways. They had pimps. They was paying people. They are changing the definition. You know why? Because they're trying to broaden the arrest. They're trying to broaden the arrest now. And I'm trying to explain to y'all, they're only going to target black people on a large scale. Just like they're targeting black people with these RICOs. You don't see no motherfucking KKK RICO. You don't see no white nationalist RICO. You saying RICOs of sex, money, murder. Lord Durk. YSL. Like, we gotta stop this shit, man. For real. Niggas get too emotional, man. Better pay attention to what's going on, y'all. I be trying to enlighten y'all. This shit, every time I try to enlighten y'all, my channel, they downgrade my channel 10 points. No, they move better. Man, fuck no. Let's go. What you mean, yo? They move better than what? They don't move better, yo. They even dirtier. They just don't get targeted. They don't get targeted, man. On a large scale. They gotta do something so egregious that ain't no way we gotta get them. All right, y'all. 10 years from now, y'all go like, damn, y'all. QG News is right. I tell you why. I'm be here. Right here telling y'all. I fucking told you. Nobody wanted to listen. Y'all keep thinking with y'all emotions. Letting the federal government run plays. Yo, since when we start supporting the feds? Niggas is supporting the feds. Yo, what year did black people start supporting the feds? When this shit happen? When did the black community decide, yo, that the federal government got the best interests of black people? Yeah, I support Diddy over the feds. So you choosing the feds over Diddy? That is crazy. You ain't supporting the feds, nigga. What is you talking about? You ain't supporting the feds. This is a malicious prosecution. This is a malicious prosecution. We know why it happened. This shit ain't about sex trafficking. Well, I ain't say it's a black issue. I'm talking about the federal government versus blacks. I'm talking about the federal government versus the black community. We always been at war. We always been at war. I didn't say, you keep talking about race. I said the feds. I'm talking about the government. I'm talking about the system. I'm talking about the system. When did we start supporting the system? When did the system start supporting black people? When did the system ever have the best interests of black people in mind? For us to be gun-ho about the federal prosecution, about fed prosecutions. What year was this? Like, maybe I was booked. I was locked up from 2006 to 2009. Maybe I was gone. Maybe it happened in that time frame. But since I can remember, we always been at odds with the motherfuckers. Since I can remember, they always cause disruption in the black community. Since I can remember, they always prosecuted people maliciously. Since I can remember. Maybe y'all remember something different. Maybe y'all know something different. Yeah, maybe it happened. Maybe it happened during those years, man. But I don't know. I just be sitting back watching, tripping off people. Yeah. A shower. I would agree with that if that's what really was going on. I would agree with that. If that's how it really was being operated. But that's not how it works.
Today, I don't have a strong opinion about either side. This is what I think deflated Diddy's legal team's setup of what they were trying to do. So Diddy legal team spent a lot of time on trying to debunk Dawn Richards' credibility because she couldn't remember certain timelines. There were missteps in what she said to prosecutors, and then to, they're on the stand because of the timeline, and she was saying, it's been a long time. But Carrie Morgan came on the stand and essentially did the same thing. She remembered very high level points. She remembered certain things, but because of the time period and how long ago this stuff was, she would say, that was so long ago, I don't remember. And the defense didn't lean in on it. Like, the defense didn't even acknowledge the fact that she was saying the same thing Dawn was saying about not being able to remember it. But they did everything that they could do to basically, like, when Dawn was on the stand, they dragged baby girl for not being able to remember certain things, right? But when Carrie Morgan got...
It's a lot of people above the law. What you mean? It's a lot of people above the law. You want to know what Big Pharma did? You want to talk about Big Pharma? Want to talk about the Sackler family? It's a lot of people above the law in this country. Shit. In the United States, in the fucking world. We talked about the Sackler family, how they tricked the world into opioids and got away with it. Walked away with trillions. Nobody went to jail. Hundreds of thousands of people died. Nobody went to jail. See, the problem is, maybe I know more about the system than a lot of people that's watching. So I got a different perspective on this shit. Do y'all know what they did? Do y'all know they lied? Do y'all know they coerced doctors, paid them off, sent them on trips to promote opioids to their clients? Did y'all know that? Did y'all know the feds was trying to arrest them? And they ended up selling for some money? Nobody went to jail? Did y'all know that? Watch the Netflix. I did a video on it. Watch the Netflix Painkillers. All right, so School of Black, what you saying then, bro? How do you know that, but saying Diddy needs to be in prison? Shemaine, we seen him do it. The fuck you talking about? I seen it. I was immersed in the opioid epidemic. If you know, you know. I watched it. I watched it all play out. I watched respected women turn to dope fiends. I watched dope boys turn to dope fiends. Niggas, I watched niggas that was solid guys die out this bitch. What you mean? I watched it. Maybe you ain't watching. Maybe it didn't affect your city. But it destroyed mine. I watched Baltimore murder rate go from 200 to 354 off opioids. We ain't even talking about overdose. We talking about murders in 1 year. I watched, man, I don't know what kind of life y'all live. I watched a lot of black men die behind them opioids and the effects that it had on the community. And then I watched the people that promoted it walk away with trillions and nobody went to prison. I watched it all. Maybe y'all missed it.
I don't understand.
Yeah, but they lied. They told the world that morphine was more potent than Percocets. And in reality, Percocets is 10 times more potent than morphine. I watched them motherfuckers I watched them motherfuckers say at one point they only giving them to cancer patients. Then I watched them switch it to all you gotta do is have chronic pain. I watched it all. And I watched what it did to the community. I watched the murder rate rise. I watched people die from overdose. And then I watched them get away with it. But they're attacking the black community. They're attacking black men. And we participate in it. We support it. Meanwhile, they getting away with murder, like real murder. Hundreds of thousands of people murder. Now y'all better wake up, man.
And they thought that this was going to prove a lot of the points they wanted to prove. They let her rock. At first, I was feeling like Dawn's testimony, I'm like, man, she shouldn't have got up there like that, because it did make you question her credibility about what she was recounting. But then when Carrie Morgan got on the stand, I'm like, so essentially, everybody can't remember nothing today. So I could have did without both of these testimonies, because if no one can remember. So let's just talk about what happened briefly. I'll break it down for you. First witness up, Dawn Richard. And Dawn's testimony was really heavily predicated on her civil lawsuit that she filed. So Dawn talked a lot about witnessing an incident with Cassie, or a couple.
No, my argument is, why the fuck is we supporting the federal government on anything? That's my argument.
Incidents, but the first one that she went into that they spent a lot of time on was the frying the egg incident. Dawn alleged that they were at Diddy and Cassie.
It does make sense. When these motherfuckers is getting away with crimes and have been getting away with crimes for decades, it go unnoticed, go unpunished. Makes perfect sense. But yet, you get a situation like Big U or Durk or any one of these guys. They attack them vigorously, lie on them, make up shit on them, sentence them to life in prison. But they ain't do half the damage these motherfuckers done did. We talking about hundreds of thousands of people. Do y'all want to Google how many people died? Let's find out how many people died in the opioid epidemic. Let's see if they got a number to it. What is the estimation of people that died during the opioid epidemic?
108,000 people. According to CDC.gov, nearly 108,000 people died from drug overdose in 2022, and approximately 82,000 of those deaths involved opioids, about 76%.
That was in 1 year.
The number of people who died from an opioid overdose in 2022 was 10 times the number in 1999. However, opioid overdose death rates were relatively stable from 2021 to 2022.
That was in 1 year. That shit was going on since like 2013. 2014, maybe even before that. Matter of fact, for real, it was before that. Because my man was popping perks while I was booked. That was 2007. Man, y'all tripping. Oh, shit.
He's home in LA. Cassie was downstairs in the kitchen making eggs for Diddy, letting them cool, and he got upset because they were taking so long. In her lawsuit, Dawn alleges that she came downstairs, that Diddy came downstairs. He was upset. He went to go hit Cassie with a frying pan. Cassie fell to the ground in a fetal position. On the stand, she also alleged the same thing. However,
yo, Diddy not charged for domestic violence, bro. Diddy not charged with domestic violence. What is P. Diddy charged with by the feds?
Sex trafficking and racketeering. According to Fox5NewYork.com, New York, Sean Diddy Combs is currently facing federal sex trafficking and racketeering charges in an indictment that was unsealed Tuesday following his arrest late Monday in Manhattan. Click here to read the full indictment.
That's the whole case, introverted. The whole case is about his character. They try to make his character so bad that you don't even pay attention that they didn't produce no evidence of sex trafficking. That's the game plan. That been the game plan. That's why them fake ass lawsuits was about. Yo, do OnlyFans models not transfer? Do OnlyFans models not transport to engage in prostitution? He's guilty of what? Domestic violence? Fuck yeah, guilty as a bitch. He guilty as a motherfucker of domestic violence. Is guilty of one is Diddy a one man operation? Is Diddy running a one man sex trafficking operation? I don't think Diddy running a one man sex trafficking operation. I think Diddy just is a freaky ass motherfucker. You know what I mean? And he's one of the freakiest I've never heard. I think he was the freakiest I ever heard in my motherfucking life. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think, if you talk about top level freak, you gotta put Diddy on the Mount Rushmore. You hear me? Yeah. You gotta put that man on Mount Rushmore of freakiness.
However, there was a lot of different times that, because the prosecution just let Dawn fly, right? Like, they just let her go. They let her tell her story. She talks about that incident to the prosecution. Dawn talked about an incident where they were allegedly all at a New York, like, city festival. And the festival, she says, was when they were supposed to be announcing the Itty Dirty Money Group. And that it was her, Miss Harper, who is her other band member, Diddy and Cassie, and they were in this place, this home in New York, and Cassie and Diddy were arguing about something.
Regardless of what happened with Diddy, I'm just telling y'all, be careful of the doors you allow these people to open. Flat out. You can take that however you want it. Be careful what doors you allow these people to open, because once they open, they don't shut them.
Diddy got upset, allegedly hit Cassie in the face. She says that her and Kier Harper were allegedly in the bathroom.
They don't want to stop quid pro quo. You think the federal government is interested in stopping quid pro quo? Did you know the Abercrombie and Fitch dude case that he said he's not competent to stand trial? Abercrombie and Fitch CEO not competent to stand trial.
I got the latest for Abercrombie and Fitch CEO not competent to stand trial. The first headline from my NBC5 on MSN.com is Abercrombie and Fitch CEO ruled unfit for trial and ordered hospitalized.
This is a play. The shit he did was way worse than Diddy. That man, he was preying on straight men. Did y'all read his indictment? Do y'all want to go and read his indictment? Do y'all want to go read his indictment? Let's find his indictment. We up all night tonight. What time is it? Damn, it's 3:46. Fuck it, we up. I ain't gotta work tomorrow. Let's read his indictment for the people, because people probably missed his. We read his indictment over here. Maybe y'all missed it. Let's find out what he did. Let's find out what he did, y'all. For people that don't know, let's find his indictment. You talk about a sick motherfucker. They don't want to stop quid pro quo, man. My thing is, right, I don't agree with quid pro quo. I think it's fucked up to put people in that type of situation. But if they're not stopping it, then what we doing here? What they just gonna keep picking out black men and making them the face? Meanwhile, this shit's still going on, and we gonna co-sign that? That's what we doing. So we just want symbolism. We don't want real change. That's all they ever give black people is symbolism. The allure that things are getting better. Meanwhile, ain't shit changing. Let's find out what Joe did. Shit. This shit way up here. I need to start downloading this shit. That way I can go straight to it when I need it. February. When he got out of last year? Skip Bayless. Talking about a disgusting motherfucker. Show you some disgusting shit. And they say, and dang, you take him to trial. But they want us to be gun ho on Diddy. They want us to say Diddy should deserve life in prison. But they let this motherfucker, they sent him to the hospital. He got sickness. Alright, shit should be coming up. Fuck. Your song. Says your song. Shit should be coming up. He got out there right at the Diddy. His case saying it fell out the fucking limelight. He still got 2 other co-defendants. They don't need to talk about him no more. Wonder why. They gonna slide to the cracks, get 2 years. There you go. Here you go. Fuck, I fucked it up. Here we go. Find out what his freaky ass did. Defendant James T. Jacobs, also known as Jim Jake, Miss Cook, and Todd, was employed by defendants to hire men to perform commercial sex acts for Jeffries and Smith, including in New York properties. From approximately 2008 to 2015, defendant Michael S. Jeffries, Matthew C. Smith, and James T. Jacobson, together with others, operated an international sex trafficking and prostitution business. During this period, Jeffries and Smith relied on their vast financial resources, Jeffries' power as CEO of Abercrombie, and numerous people, including Jacobson and a network of employees, contractors, and security personnel, to run a business that was dedicated to fulfill their sexual desires and ensuring their international sex trafficking and prostitution business was kept secret. As part of the international sex trafficking and prostitution business, the defendants paid for dozens of men, including, among others, John Doe's 1 through 15. He got 15 victims, individuals whose identities are known to the grand jury, to travel through the United States and international to meet Jeffries and Smith in various locations, including New York properties, as well as hotels such as places in England, France, Italy, Morocco. Diddy wasn't even all the way over there. To engage in commercial sex acts. Some of the men traveled to and were paid to attend multiple sex events. The defendants, through the JFO, recruited, hired, and paid an exclusive set of household staff to facilitate and supervise the sex events. Among other things, the staff transported men to and from sex events, arranged physical spaces for sex events, and supervised the men who attended, including, among other things, facilitating the conduct described in paragraph 9. At the direction of defendant Michael S. Jeffries and the other guys, the staff were present at, observed, and acted as security, including by controlling entry and exit the sex events. The staff also provided Jeffrey Smith and the men who attended with alcohol, muscle relaxants, known as poppers, lubricant, Viagra, and condoms among other things. As directed by Jeffries and Smith, the staff also directed men to, among other things, wear costumes, use sex toys to prepare for particular sex acts. Either the defendants, James T. Jacobson, or the staff paid the men for attending the sex. They paying niggas. Diddy look at this shit. They traveled through the United States and international to recruit and interview men for sex events. During trials, potential candidates, Jacobson typically required the candidates to first engage in commercial sex acts with him. Following the trials by Jacobson, the defendants, Michael C. Smith, approved candidates prior to their selection for the transportation to a sex event. At the direction of Smith and Jacobson, paid fees to individuals who successfully referred men who were subsequently selected. The defendant, Smith, and others acted at their direction, employed coerced, fraudulent, deceptive tactics in connection with the recruitment, hiring, transportation, and obtaining, maintaining solicitation, and payments of the men to engage in commercial sex acts. For example, employ a referral system, an interview process that failed to inform men of the details of the sex events before they attended, including the full extent and the nature of the sexual activity that would be required of the men at the sex events, including, among other things, anal intercourse, the insertion of large sex toys. Y'all see this shit? Let me make it bigger because maybe y'all can't see it. And high-pressure enemas administered by inserting a hose. See, y'all see this the shit I be knowing that y'all don't know. Required that prospective candidates first participate in sexual encounters or trials with Jacobson, at times without advance notice. Because men to believe that attending sex acts could yield modeling opportunities with Abercrombie and otherwise benefit their careers. Or, in the alternative, that not complying with requests for certain acts during the sex events could harm their careers, including by, among other things, referring directly or indirectly to modeling opportunities that did not exist. Do I gotta continue? They talking about enemas and putting hoses in, like, yo, do I gotta continue? Man, don't talk to me about no motherfucking Diddy, man. Straight up, y'all tripping. And providing men with itineraries for the sex events that did not refer to commercial sex and instead resembled those often sent to models for photos. Photo shoots. He was lying to them. Get them itineraries to photo shoots. Whole time they was coming to sex parties. Obscuring the nature of the sex events from the men selected to attend. Physical grooming men prior to sex events, including at times shaving men without advance notice. Required men to relinquish their personal items, including clothing, wallets, and cell phones, and store them in an accessible location during the sex events. Required men to sign non-disclosure agreements, which, among other things, prohibited the disclosure of information about the sex events, including to their family and friends, and required the payment of damages in the event of a breach. Intentionally recruited heterosexual men. So he's looking for straight men, certain of whom who were unwilling to engage in particular sex acts, including, and insisted that the men who previously stated they were unwilling to engage in particular sex acts, including, nevertheless engaged in sex acts during the sex events. Come on, man. Y'all tripping. Pressured men to consume alcohol, Viagra, and muscle relaxers known as poppers. But he not mentally able to stand trial. Listen to this part. Gets worse. Michael C. Smith either directed others to or personally injected men in there with prescription grade erection inducing substance for the purpose of causing the men to engage in sex acts in which they were otherwise physically incapable or unwillingly. He got arrested too. What you mean? He got arrested too, but they say he not competent to stand trial because he's 81. Notwithstanding, and he got a bail, $10 million. Notwithstanding the fact that these injections were not medically indicated and frequently caused the man to suffer painful physical retractions that lasted several hours. Come on, man. Get the fuck out of here. See, y'all don't know what I know. That's why y'all be saying the shit y'all be saying. On more than one occasion, defendant Michael S. Jeffries and Michael C. Smith engaged in sex acts, continue to engage in sex acts, or cause men to engage in sex acts, including but not limited to anal, in the use of high-pressure enemas, to which the men did not or were unable to contest. The allegations in the paragraph contain 11 are realleged and incorporated as fully set in this paragraph. In or about between December 2008 to March 2015, both dates being approximately and exclusive within the Eastern District of New York and elsewhere, the defendant Michael C. Smith, James T. Jacobson, also known as Jim Jake. Come on, y'all. Get the fuck out of here, man. Don't talk to me, man.
From doing her makeup, getting ready to go, Cassie comes in, and Cassie's like quiet, but she's obviously upset. She's crying, she's trying to fix her makeup, her face is swelling. She ends up having to wear glasses to the event that they went to. They get to this event, they're there, they make it through it, they wear glasses. She's asked about, would she ever say anything in any of these instances? And she says, she would say things. She would go to Cassie and say, allegedly, you need to leave him. But she says that, eventually she just had to stand in solidarity with her and back up a bit because...
Hey, Val Energy, you can't be fucking serious. Yo, you can't be... Yo, did you hear what they was doing to them guys? Straight guys. You talking about domestic violence, arson, and bribes. It was bribes in this. The fuck are you talking about? Did you hear what he was doing? Putting hoses in their ass. The fuck are you talking about, man? Niggas, I always say this up the dumbest shit in the world.
He knew Cassie wasn't ready to leave him. So she would do things like they would all wear glasses together so that Cassie wouldn't feel embarrassed. Or, you know, like she talked about Cassie still having dreams and wanting to fulfill her music dreams and her modeling dreams and all these different things. And an offer to like write for her. Like, so it gave that she was, you know, trying to silently support her. Dawn also talked about that day after the alleged egg incident happened. And she said that after that incident, the day after, y'all recall, even in her lawsuit, she said that the day after Diddy came into a room, a recording studio that her and her band member Miss Harper were allegedly in, and told them like
no,
that was just passion that y'all saw. Nobody's hurt, and told them like y'all need to don't say nothing about what y'all saw, because people who talk about you know these type of things when it comes to me go missing. So they let her go. They let her talk about all these different incidents. They also talked about an incident in LA that Dawn alleged happened with Diddy and Cassie. And she alleged when she was talking to the prosecution that there were a lot of other people there. So they clarified, well, who were the other people there that worked for him? And she says that, you know, she alleged that security was there. She alleged that there were some assistants there. And then now the defense comes on, right? So this is Diddy's team. Diddy's teams come on and they just basically go through event that she had named. On face value, I'm not even gonna lie, on face value, they didn't hold back on Dawn whatsoever. They cooked her. And the reason why I say that is because at face value, right, like just listening to it, there were so many times where she had recalled things that they would say, oh, well, that wasn't mentioned in your testimony to the prosecutors, which is a testimony where you know you're supposed to be telling the truth, right? For instance, the reason why they wanted to use Dawn's testimony in the beginning, right? Because there was a whole argument about does Dawn Richard's testimony about this alleged egg throwing incident, frying pan incident. You fine?
Yo, Cassie was Diddy's favorite freak, man. That's all it was, man. Nothing more, nothing less, man. It was his favorite freak. It was a domestic violence relationship, yo. One of the worst. You know, motherfuckers in probably saying domestic violence growing up. It was a freaky, drug-filled domestic violence relationship. That's what it was. What you mean, yo? You ain't never had a favorite freak before? Motherfuckers go crazy over their favorite freak sometimes. You never almost lost your favorite freak to a nigga trying to save her. Some people don't know how to handle that, man. Motherfucker might go out in a fit of rage.
A frying pan incident. Hi. How are you? Are you mom? Hey, mom, you at work? I know that's right. Oh, thank you. It looks like you're a nurse. Well, thank you. We need y'all, so thank you. Have a good day. Yeah, so there was an argument from the jump about whether Dawn Richard's testimony should honestly even be admitted, because Diddy's team was trying to say, look, we can't just pull out all these random acts of violence that people are alleging and throw them on, you know, Diddy, because it doesn't prove what we're here to have a conversation about, which is the sex trafficking and, you know, all these other things. The prosecution was like, oh, no, it does. Because when you talk about these acts of alleged domestic violence and you have these witnesses giving these firsthand accounts, it shows how fearful they were, especially Dawn, who is alleging that not only did she see him get physical with Cassie, but she was threatened if you say something, this is what will happen.
People want to live in this fabricated society, yo, where we don't deal with reality. That shit might have been going on in fucking 40s or something. I don't know nothing about no incest, Jazz. I don't know nothing about that. It's a lot of niggas from Baltimore that can vouch. I ain't never heard no incest. Anybody I
And that right there is what the prosecution is trying to, that's the biggest thing they're trying to prove, is that Diddy has this nature about him allegedly where it's like, if you say I do this, I do what I want, and if anyone goes against that, or if you say something that goes against that,
I seen that. I think I seen that.
that will happen from that, right? And that's what she was alleging. So
I don't know.
the defense comes on, and they specifically go right at that claim. They're like, look, you have these interviews with prosecutors, right? And she's like, yeah. Dawn is like, yeah. And they're like, you're supposed to be honest in these interviews with prosecutors, right? Like it is like assumed, and you know that you're supposed to be honest. And she's like, of course. So the defense attorney, Nicole Westmoreland, who is the attorney that, a lot of people were kind of waiting to see how she cross-examined. This was her first time actually getting up and going and cross-examining with the witness, because we had heard that she was so good at strategy behind cross-examination. She's like, okay, well, you mentioned a couple things in your story here on the stand that don't reflect what you told the prosecutors in your interviews. And you met with them a few times, correct? And Dawn, didn't argue that she did meet with them a few times. There were like 3 to 4 times from the first interview until now when we're seeing Dawn, where Dawn did not mention at all the fact that she was threatened allegedly.
She lying, yo. The truth don't need ad libs. The truth only gotta be told once. When a motherfucker tell multiple different versions of the story, that mean you lying. I think this case is it's just a slander campaign. No matter what happened with this case, if he beat it or not, his public image is shattered. And I think that was the game plan the whole time. I don't think they really want Diddy in prison. I just think they doing what they doing. Slander. We're gonna make this nigga look like the worst nigga in the fucking world. He ain't never gonna reach the level that he was at. Y'all from Baltimore, bro. I fucking lived and raised in high stress situations, bro.
By Puff.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I just said.
And what Miss Westmoreland did that I thought was very good was, before she brought back up that threat and the fact that it wasn't mentioned in a lot of the interviews that Dawn had with the prosecutors, she said, I want to make sure that I understand when Sean Combs allegedly threatened you, right? What did you take that threat as? And Dawn said, you know what? I took that threat. If I did something, he would allegedly kill me if I did something. She said, okay, so we have it established that you were at fear for your life. And Dawn is like, yeah. So then she goes on the line of times that Dawn did not mention this to the prosecutors, the government. And she's like, well, let's be clear. Sean Combs was not in the room when you did that interview. And she said, no. She said, none of us were in that room, right? None of the lawyers, none of the attorneys were in the room when you did the interview. She said, no. And she said, well, I'm very confused as to, if you were in fear for your life, why wouldn't you bring that into the interview? Why wouldn't you tell the government that? Westmoreland then did the same thing.
Because they still haven't produced no evidence of sex trafficking, man. Like I said, they trying to change the definition. Yeah, they been knew Diddy was moving like this. Yeah, man, that's how you know. And that's another reason I'm against it. They been knew Diddy was doing this. Like, why does it take for Diddy to buck the system for them to come down? They could have came down on Diddy for this shit 15 years ago, man. I mean, don't wait till he bucked the system. Now he public enemy number one. If they cared about victims, if they cared about Cassie, if they cared about the things that Diddy was doing, they'd have been got him.
With the fact that Dawn had communication with Diddy. She established the fact that, Dawn was a part of Danity Kane. And Danity Kane, and Diddy and Dirty Money were these really big groups, and they were platinum and they were successful. And she, was like, well, you went on to do things by yourself after that, and it just wasn't as successful. So you kind of see where she's going when she starts implying these things and saying these things. And she's like, in 2011, you said you got away. You decided to just leave. Never say anything about anything you saw because you were instructed to do so. And Dawn is like agreeing, like, yes, I left in 2011. I was told by, allegedly Puff and a guy named Harv Pierre that was like, executive that worked with Puff, not to say anything about anything. So she said she listened again because she was in fear for her life from that one incident that she had directly, when she had that threat thrown directly at her allegedly, and then everything else that she had saw over time. So Westmoreland, who was the defense attorney, is like, well, you say that you left in 2011. But there was communications with Sean after that. And at first, Dawn is kind of like, but and then she brings up the communications. She's like, okay. She's like, well, here's a text conversation. Because before that, the way that Dawn was mentioning the conversations they were having was as if Diddy would reach out to her whenever she would have these high moments in her career. And she would make sure that, her temperament was right, like calling him bro, just trying to make sure she didn't make him upset and making sure that the situation was diffused because she had dealt with him, dealt with all this before. So she knew how to, just not put flames to the situation. But Miss Westmoreland came on and she's like, look.
Yeah, that's all it's about,
you left in 2011. You were away. You had no ties. You had no reason to
that's
make
why I
contact
can't
with
back
them.
it.
Then they start
like,
bringing...
yo, if this was really about victims, yo, my perspective would change. If this was really about victims of sex trafficking, victims of domestic violence, yo, my perception and my take on this would be totally different. Yeah, I don't respect people putting their hands on women and shit like that. I don't respect none of this shit Diddy doing or did or they allegedly did. But bands, I know that that's not what this case is about. Just like they able to look past the bullshit, I can too.
Up these communications. So one of the communications that they brought up was from a year where Dawn had reached out to allegedly work with Puff. Now here's the thing. The defense didn't clarify what those communications were. All the defense said was, well, you reached out to him, y'all had conversations despite you saying he was only reaching out to you. And she's like, correct. Now, at the same time, every single time there's a hole that Westmoreland grabs out, she mentions, okay, your story's changing, your story's changing. It got to the point where Dawn literally had to say, yes, my story is changing, but it's changing because the more I talk about this stuff, the more I remember. I'm doing this testimony to the best of my ability, period. Now, I say all that, and remember I told you, like, it was so weird today because it was like you felt one way until they heard from the other side, because then the prosecution came back in, and the prosecution is now asking her questions again behind the defense. And they clarified that the communication that Dawn had with Diddy following her leaving in 2011 was, number one, because she was trying to be a part of making the band. There was like another making the band announced. She had some conversations about being a part of that. And she specifically was trying to, work with Lorianne Gibson, who was going to be more so working with that, not Puff. Thank you, not Puff, right? And she's like, okay, Diddy wasn't involved in that, though. He wasn't going to be a judge on that. The conversation, the relationship I was trying to build, this is Dawn, is Lorianne Gibson. So she said, I had conversations and I was told I needed to reach out to Diddy to make sure that it was okay that I did this. So she said that's one time that she reached out and he didn't reach out to her. She said the second time was because she was trying to do something for a friend, do something for Miss Kalina Harper, who was the other band member of Diddy Dirty Money, but neither side ever clarified what she was trying to do. But she just kept saying, I was just trying to help a friend. They then, again, the defense leaned back into the whole, there's holes in your story, why are things changing? She's like, man, I'm remembering the best I can remember. The prosecution, when they came back in, they're like, yo, what was the timeline on this stuff? How long ago was some of this stuff? So again, pointing to the fact that this stuff was a long time ago. A lot of this stuff she may not remember. There was a big moment, too, though, where Dawn couldn't speak to the fact that her attorneys had allegedly sent a settlement offer to Diddy. She had no idea of it at all on the stand. There was a misquote in her lawsuit filing. So the civil lawsuit that Dawn Richard files, and I thought it was interesting how the civil lawsuits were coming into conversation so much here in this criminal federal court. So in the lawsuit filing, the civil lawsuit filing that Dawn Richard has, she mentioned an incident where she saw Cassie allegedly being drugged by her hair through grass. Diddy's legal team brought that up because, again, they're trying to just deflate her credibility. And they're like, do you remember telling prosecutors that didn't happen that way? And she's like, Dawn, she was very honest about it. She was like, yes, I told the prosecutors that was a misquote from my attorney. And they just left it at that. Like, they did everything they could to poke holes in. And Westmoreland was really good at poking the holes. But again, when the prosecutors came in and doubled back behind it, they did everything they could to be like, okay, that hole is there, but here's why. And then they brought Carrie Morgan on the stand, who was friends, very close friends with Cassie for a very, very long time. Hey, y'all, it's Lauren LaRosa, and y'all know where we're at. We're back here at the court.
Nah, why the fuck she cut this shit short? Alright, so let's see what Law and Crime said. I think Lauren LaRosa is doing the best breakdowns of the case. Just tells on bullshit. She too she got too many theatrics for her, man. The last video they did was 14. Oh, I guess 14 hours ago. It would be now. It's fucking 4 o'clock in the morning. Why the fuck that shit always do that? They got Diddy face as the headline. This shit's crazy. These niggas is wild. They made Diddy the banner of their page. Yeah, I'm off today. And the kids ain't got no school. So we rocking out. What the fuck? Rocking out. I know I just work 12 hours, man. See the type of shit I do, man? Work a 12-hour shift, come in and do 4 hours on YouTube. Oh, why the fuck this shit be doing that? I ain't watching that shit too long. I ain't watching that shit fucking whole hour. I ain't watching the whole hour. What's up, Gia? You back?
Are you a full stack marketer spending all day switching between platforms?
How you feel about the federal government attacking OnlyFans models? No, ain't no school tomorrow. How would you feel about that, Jay? How would you feel if the feds started attacking OnlyFans and hit OnlyFans with sex trafficking? I don't know. I ain't gonna lie. If Diddy was my father, I'd cut his ass off. For real. Like, I ain't gonna lie, Pops. You involved with some wild shit, shorty. I don't think we the same. Like, we might gotta separate.
Explosive testimony rocks week 2 of the federal sex trafficking and racketeering trial against Sean Diddy Combs. More allegations of abuse of Cassandra Ventura, choking, money to stay silent, and even a former employee testifying to the inner workings of Sean Combs' world. I'm going to be speaking with our law and crime reporter Elizabeth Milner to break down all of today's dramatic courtroom moments. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Hey everybody, this is another Law and Crime legal alert. If you received Depo-Provera birth control shots and were later diagnosed with a brain or spinal tumor called meningioma, you may be eligible for a lawsuit. That's right, Morgan & Morgan is investigating claims that patients weren't properly warned about this risk. It's free to check, it takes a few minutes, and you don't pay unless they win. So scan the QR code on screen, click the link below, or head over to forthepeople.com/LCDepo to see if you qualify. Well, the federal sex trafficking and racketeering trial of Sean Diddy Combs took a dramatic turn as we enter week number 2. Two key witnesses delivered explosive testimony detailing allegations of violence, threats, manipulation at the hands of the hip-hop mogul. Former Daddy Kane member Dawn Richard returned to the stand, doubling down on her shocking claim that she witnessed Diddy attack his then-girlfriend, Cassie Ventura Fine. The jury also heard from Carrie Morgan. This is Cassie's former best friend who described multiple incidents in which she claims to have seen Diddy physically assault Cassie. And in
all they talk about is domestic violence, man.
Cassie no longer friends. We're going to explain the surprising reason why in just a moment. But we also heard from Combs' former personal assistant, too, towards the end of the day. And let's not forget what we're talking about here. So Diddy is facing serious federal charges: racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, transportation to engage in prostitution. Namely, that he allegedly operated this criminal enterprise that was engaged in a pattern of abusing women for years, including forcing them into these coerced sexual performances. He's facing potentially life in prison if he's convicted of the top charge. Now, for all of the dramatic moments from inside the courtroom,
would you have went to a freak
what
off?
happened outside the courtroom, I want to bring in
if Diddy invited you to a freak off, would you go? Yeah, go. You sit there and lie. Sit there and lie, Jack, like you wouldn't go. You be at that bitch. I know you'd go. I know you would go. You ain't gotta tell me. Yeah, be at that bitch. Straight up. What we doing, Diddy, with the baby, all that?
That they had talked about, because given that Aubrey O'Day, one of her former bandmates, had talked about how much I appreciate for publishing, essentially that being $300, something that Dawn didn't talk about during her testimony today, but just something, for our viewers to kind of understand that the defense was trying to paint it as they sold hundreds of thousands of records.
Yeah, I mean, I guess you're right.
All this stuff, but then
I can
in the
see
back
that.
of
They gonna hear
their mind,
regardless.
they really didn't get much money from their actual deal
Like
with
Jason, fuck that.
Diddy. But
Show me the money,
the defense
baby.
talked about how Diddy didn't even want to sign Don Richard as a solo artist, but that Don continued to reach out to Diddy even again as late as 2020, 2021. The defense claims that Don was angry about the dismantling of the group. I think they were referring to either both Danity Kane and Dirty Money, or just Dirty Money itself, but Dawn essentially said that she was saddened by the whole situation. She was asked about Cassie's lawsuit as well, too, and said that, did you file your lawsuit shortly after Cassie filed her suit? And she said yes, which I think was kind of a little misleading there, because it wasn't really directly after that Dawn Richard filed her lawsuit. It was almost a year after that she filed her
there they
suit.
go put the, you see how they do, pushing the narrative. I mean, I think that was a little misleading, because she didn't file her lawsuit directly after. She filed it after. The fuck you talking about? She said Cassie got paid, she wanted in. Come on, man. You stop fucking playing dumbass games with people.
But then in the back of their mind, they really didn't get much money from their actual deal working with Diddy. But the defense talked about how Diddy didn't even want to sign Don Richard as a solo artist. But that Dawn continued to reach out to Diddy even again as late as 2020, 2021. The defense claims that Dawn was angry about the dismantling of the group. I think they were referring to either both Danity Kane and Dirty Money, or just Dirty Money itself. But Dawn essentially said that she was saddened by the whole
I knew you was a
situation.
freaky motherfucker when you came in here and commented,
as well,
talking about
too,
you a witch.
And said that, did you file your lawsuit shortly after Cassie filed her suit? And she said yes, which I think was kind of a little misleading there, because it wasn't really directly after that Dawn Richard filed her lawsuit. It was almost a year after that she had filed her suit. But I think probably to the jury, they might think, oh, Cassie filed her suit, Dawn filed her suit right after, and that essentially they just are after money from this this mogul who has a lot of money, and that Dawn said that she wanted to file her suit to get compensation for her work, essentially something different that she had told under direction for the work that she felt like she was owed while she was a recording artist for Sean Combs. And so I think under the redirect, the prosecution was really just kind of talking about the threats that Diddy allegedly made as far as keeping quiet and people going missing. They were talking about a volatile work environment, she had said, that essentially every meeting that she informed the government of Cassie's physical assault. So that was something that she didn't change throughout her testimony. That was something that kind of was a sticking point.
The freak off. Diddy only did freak offs with his girlfriends, man. Like, that's another thing that the internet was confused. You got Diddy parties where a lot of celebrities are there, and you got Diddy freak offs, who he did with Cassie and his girlfriends and shit. Everybody knew Diddy was gay. Diddy been gay for fuck. Diddy probably been gay since he was born. Who knows? Everybody knew Diddy was gay, man. Diddy like Diddy wild as shit. He a wild ass nigga. Look at him. So he look like a wild motherfucker to you. Yeah, nigga, freaky ass nigga.
Meetings with the government. Again, she was asked about the egg skillet incident, and then that kind of just ended the redirect. And then under the recost, it was kind of the same thing. Just you reached out to Diddy very recently. You were trying to kind of re-engage on making the band, this reboot that they were trying to do a few years ago. You were trying to get everything back together. And if you were so scared of Diddy, why would you try to get Dirty Money back together? And that was essentially because she was Kalina Harper, but then Nicole Westmoreland was like, you know what all that entails. If you were to get the group back together, you'd have to do tours, you'd have to be in hotels together, you'd have to do a period.
Hey Jay, where do y'all be getting these? Where do y'all be getting these words from, man? What the fuck is a versatile bottom? Like a women be coming up. I heard a female call it a power bottom. What the fuck is a versatile bottom? Hey yo. Where the fuck y'all be getting this shit from?
Appearances together, interviews together, travel together, and Dawn essentially had to say, you know, she was willing to do that, also while saying that she was feeling threatened and intimidated by Diddy. So the cross-examination was a little rough. It was a little hard to watch, but I think, you know, to Nicole Westmoreland's point, she kind of did what she had to do, which was have a lot of people thinking, wow, if you said this under direct, but you said this under cross, really, what can I believe? And I think the defense did a really good job there at kind of getting to that point.
Yeah, she raised a number of questions about her credibility, about Dawn Richard's credibility. A witness who has inconsistent statements or says things allegedly at the first time or near a trial. Juries sometimes don't look favorably upon that. The idea of a financial incentive and motivation, same thing we heard with Cassandra Ventura. Before we move on to the next witness, real quick, Elizabeth, I know it's impossible to know, but how is the jury reacting to the cross-examination of Dawn Richard? Were they attentive? Were they checked out? What could you tell?
Yeah, y'all funny as shit, man.
Well, the jury was very attentive during this, because when I always say the word tennis match eyes, because that really what it is, where it's like Nicole Westmoreland asks a question, then they go to Dawn Richard. Dawn Richard answers the question, then they go to Nicole Westmoreland. I saw some of the jurors taking notes. I saw some of them looking at the exhibits, which there weren't too many exhibits during Dawn's testimony. It wasn't like a whole bunch of text messages that we got during Cassie's testimony, or even like Gary Morgan's testimony that we'll get to in just a little bit. But as far as just Dawn Richard's testimony, overall, I felt like the jury was maybe thrown for a loop a little bit once cross-examination happened, because I myself, if I was a juror on there, I'd be like, oh, wow, so you said this here, but you didn't say this here, and yet I know you're trying to be honest and tell the truth.
We got a nice group of people over here, man. Like, we be on this bitch tripping. We already heard her testimony. I want to hear this girl's testimony.
I dare you.
We already know Dawn Richard got caught lying on the stand. Couldn't remember nothing. How you forget something so traumatic that you say?
And we see an exhibit photo of Ryan. Carrie says during this entire incident that she did get a concussion. She became dizzy. She was vomiting after this incident, and that she actually went to urgent care after this. And so this is where things just weren't the same ever for Cassie and Carrie specifically. That Carrie went to a lawyer, and that this lawyer was going to reach out to Diddy about the assault, and that Carrie was actually going to file a lawsuit around this time, this being in 2018. But instead of filing this lawsuit, everything was kind of underhanded, where Cassie kind of played the middleman, where it's like, if you don't go file this lawsuit, we'll just give you a settlement payout. That payout was for $30,000, and all Carrie had to do was sign an NDA in return. And so Carrie had said that this conversation she had with Cassie went down in a pizza parlor or some type of pizza restaurant over in California, and that Cassie had told Carrie essentially that she was milking the assault, and what ended up happening was that Carrie felt that Cassie didn't have her back in this type of situation. Carrie, in turn, ended up just taking the $30,000. She signed the NDA, and she hasn't spoken to either Cassie or Diddy since, because she felt like Cassie didn't have her back. And the summary of the direct examination was there's no pending lawsuits now.
Yeah, look, this is another example. What I think the prosecution is doing very well with Cassandra Ventura, who is the star witness in this case, alleged victim number one. Before they even called her to the stand.
Yo, in 2015, Dawn reached out to Diddy to work with him again. She couldn't have been that goddamn scared. She couldn't have been that scared if she, after all she didn't endure, she reached back out to him 4 years later, talking about Diddy, what's up? Let's get back to work. Like, I would, shit, is that what people do? Cassie did the same thing. Got away from the nigga. Come back in 2018, fuck him while husband on live. Like, what the fuck is that? I don't think that's fair, bro. I mean, stupidity, maybe, but fair, I don't know if you call that fair. Normally, when you scared of somebody, you don't never want to see him again. You don't try to rekindle old flames.
And they had 2 supporting witnesses, the hotel employee from the 2016 event, a male performer who was hired or allegedly hired to have sex with Cassandra Ventura. You had the 2016 tape that was introduced to support her credibility before she took the stand. After she takes the stand, now you have Dawn Richard and you have Kerry Morgan, who are further seemingly trying to corroborate Cassandra Ventura's testimony. But what I think is interesting about Miss Morgan is she's talking in a way where it supports the prosecution's argument of a pattern of abuse of women.
So
right?
It's a lot of freaky niggas. It's a lot of freaky guys on this internet, man. You got Diddy, who's number 1, top tier freaky. You know what I mean? He's the owner of Wild King Nights. You know what I mean? He coined that phrase. Then you got Adam 22, another freaky motherfucker. You got Cassie is 3rd. Gotta put Cassie 3rd. Cassie's just as freaky as Diddy. She might be even more freaky than Diddy. We might put Cassie 1B. I mean, Diddy 1A, Cassie 1B. In the close second, you got Adam 22, freaky ass. Then you got Joe Buttons. Got to be number 3. Yeah, got to be number 3. Joe Buttons, Shannon Sharp, DJ Academics. And I mean, who else? Poetic Flacco, another freaky motherfucker. I call them the freaky podcasters. I don't know, man. He probably got that freaky shit from his mother. They say he get it from his mama. I don't know, man. I ain't really into slandering his mother. I don't really know too much about him. But all these niggas freaky as a motherfucker. I think for real though. I think it gets to a point with them niggas. They've been having money and dealing with women so long, they just start experimenting. You know what I mean? They start experimenting and doing little weird shit that that we could never imagine. You feel me? Like, I don't think we even want to participate. Like, this shit is crazy. Like, I don't know what you call it. I don't know what you call it. Yeah, but I'm getting tired now though, y'all. Y'all know when I get tired, I start joking and shit. What about, oh my God, you don't want my take on 6070. You do not want me to talk about 6070. I done went it on his ass on numerous occasions. I think he's a bozo. You want to be totally honest? I think he's a fucking clown. Any person, black man, that gets on the internet to create a character is a fucking clown. It's a clown. All right? Ain't that what clowns? Ain't clowns characters? Like, what are you doing, bro? Like, that bitch pushing ignorance. See, I always talking about freaky wise. I don't know. I don't really watch shows like that. I just see little clips of him on Instagram acting stupid and shit. He pushing ignorance. It's like Charleston White. Like, I don't fuck with them niggas that's pushing ignorance. You know what I mean? It's so much more we can do and talk about. You know what I mean? Like, we talk about this shit, but we always, if you notice, whenever we talk about this type of shit, it always got some type of message to it. Like, we ain't just talking about Diddy and Cassie, because to be honest, I don't give a fuck about neither one of them. You feel me? My main focus is keeping an eye on the federal government and watching their moves, because you gotta watch these motherfuckers. They tricky, they sneaky. You know what I mean? It start here and it ends there, and then we be sitting back wondering how the fuck did it happen. That's my focus. You know what I mean? That's always been my focus when it come down to law enforcement and these agencies. You know, it start with Diddy, it ends with Future. You feel me? Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, this is the type of shit that they be doing, man. You gotta watch them. And like I said, you gotta be careful what doors you allow open, yo, because Once them bitches open, they start revolving. You know what I mean? It's gonna be a revolving door. A black man getting treated unjustly by the system, getting hit with trumped up charges just because they like having threesomes. You know what I mean? They like having threesomes. They like flying women out. You know what I mean? Might buy them a bag or something. Next thing you know, they hitting them niggas with prostitution charges, sex trafficking, engaging in, you know what I mean? That's my focus. And that's what I think I think that should be everybody's focus. Because it ain't far fetched. Considering what they doing to Diddy for being a freak, it ain't far fetched. But I told y'all the plan with Diddy is we're gonna fuck his image up so bad that the jury just gonna be like, man, he guilty of something. The fuck if he ain't sex traffic, he damn sure beat the shit out of women. You feel me? Like he need to be sentenced to life for that shit. He had a lifelong time putting his hands on women, which is disgraceful. You know what I'm saying? I don't respect nothing about it. Oh, wow, oh, bit. Tired. Yo, but make sure y'all subscribe to the channel if you need, man. Hit that like button, share it live. I appreciate everybody. What's up, Joe Jack? What you got a question, man? Appreciate everybody that tapped in for real. Yeah, I try to go live every day. At least the domestic violence. Yeah, yo, them domestic violence charges, the statute of limitations ran out. I think statute of limitations of domestic violence only like 5 years. I mean, Diddy stop putting his hands on women years ago. I guess he probably fucking beat up a girl before he turned himself in. Who the fuck knows? I think that shit goofy though. I be cutting niggas off for beating on women. Like that ain't really my thing. Like I cut niggas off for not taking care of their kids. I cut niggas off for beating on women. Cut niggas off for being rats. Like I don't really keep a lot of sucker shit around me. You know what I mean? If I'm just being real and honest. I try to keep that shit away from me, yo. Oh, you got one time to show some flaw, and you put the axe on him straight up. Getting too old, yo. I ain't got time to be playing with nobody. Now it's different when you young. You let shit slide. As you get older, you start looking at shit that you on the line with. Man, you keep that shit over there. Ain't no beef. It's just that, yo, how you moving? I can't fuck with it. Can't fuck with it. You know what I mean? But okay, I'm ready. I'm off tomorrow, yo, so we're gonna try to go live like around noon. Appreciate it, Jasmine. Appreciate it. Probably gonna try to go live around noon. We definitely going live at 11 tomorrow, the regular time, 11 p.m. Eastern time. But I'm gonna try to go live too during the day. I don't know. We'll see what the fuck going on. Matter of fact, Diddy trial going on. So yeah, we're gonna talk some more about the Diddler. But make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. It's another day keeping you news. Appreciate everybody that tapped in. Fuck with everybody, man. Appreciate it. And I'm out.